Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Outclassed by Djinn Equip Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aldra Junior High, Mizudafu, Japan. Shin looked at the teacher with short blonde, puffy hair as he continued to talk to the class in an unenthusiastic tone. This was normal, every school had teachers like that. However, what wasn't normal was the appearance of the majority of the students. Some had rocks for hair, spiky shark teeth, and even a long head made of wood. There was also a boy in the back who never stopped glowing. Back on Earth, such traits would be seen as horrific mutations, but in this world, they were ordinary. It had been 8 years since Shin transmigrated into this supernatural world, a world he once thought of as fiction, My Hero Academia. After the death of the previous owner of his quirkless body, he took their place. He was disappointed that he didn't have a quirk, but that didn't stop him from chasing his dreams of being a hero. Every day, he trained relentlessly and had finally reached the point where he could even fight back against Bakugo. Even though he was quirkless, he never backed down. He was planning to work hard until he met All Might and claimed the position of his successor. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Dang! The host has met the requirements. Would the selected candidate like to unseal his wishes now? Shin was having a hard time believing his eyes. He stretched his palm out to feel the floating screen in front of him, ignoring the odd looks from his classmates. What do you mean unseal my wishes? He asked mentally. After the host died in his original world, you met my creator. They offered you a second chance at life with 3 wishes of your choice. The deal was that they'd be unsealed after your body had met the necessary requirements to wield them without backlash. He was not expecting this, but he couldn't help smiling at the thought of having a quirk. He was glad that all his hard work had finally borne fruit. Hold off the unseal for now, I'd prefer to do it when I get home, he replied. As you wish, host. Ring. Well, that's the bell. Class dismissed. Once the teacher's words fell, everyone got up and began packing. Where do you think you're going, Deku? The movement of the students paused, and they all turned to watch what was happening. The greenette shivered as Bakugo approached. I told you yesterday I didn't want to see your face around for even a second. Izuku took steps backward, trying to increase the distance between them, but suddenly tripped on something and fell to the ground. He looked forward and saw a student's foot that had been stretched out slightly. Snickers could be heard in the background. Shin looked around at the students. Some were trying to hold in their laughter, some looked irritated at Bakugo's attitude, and some appeared indifferent. They all had different reactions but shared one common trait: cowardice. They were all cowards. No matter what reasons they gave for not stepping in, nothing would change that. Bakugo raised his palm, and loud sparks could be heard and seen. Midoriya cowered in fear, preparing for the impact, but was left confused when the painful sensation never came. Haven't you barked enough for one day, Bakugo? Midoriya looked up and saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. It was Shin. The 15-year-old had long, straight purple hair, which was quite rare for kids nowadays. He stood at a height of 5 feet 10 inches and easily towered over his peers. Handsome facial features and a chiseled body made eyes wander unconsciously. He was almost perfect, except for one flaw: he was quirkless. That was enough to overshadow any of his other outstanding traits. Midoriya felt guilty whenever he met Shin's gaze because secretly, he was glad. He was glad someone else was suffering like him, that there was someone like him out there. But after observing Shin since the school year began, Midoriya knew his first assumption was wrong. Shin was nothing like him. Even though he was quirkless, he never bowed his head obediently. If someone mocked him, his response would be 10 times worse. He had a confident air that made people forget he was quirkless. Most daunting of all, even without a quirk, he could still hold his own against Bakugo. All this led to Midoriya's subconscious dislike for Shin. They both had the same starting point, so why were they so different? Bakugo snatched his hand away from Shin's grip. "Teach, just a bunch of quirkless wastes anyway," he said before leaving the class with his lackeys in tow. Shin paid no mind to Bakugo's temper and offered Midoriya a hand. Get up. Thank you, Shin. Midoriya gave a small smile, which Shin noticed was forced but chose not to point out. He simply nodded at the greenette before grabbing his bag and leaving the class. Since Midoriya did not want his help, Shin wouldn't meddle again. He got down from the bus and made his way into a small apartment building. This was the home he had lived in since his crossing over. Don't come down today, I don't need my friends seeing you. Shin said nothing at his brother's words. It would be a waste of time. Kusuke took his silence as a yes and smiled in satisfaction. Shin walked into his room and let out a long, tired sigh. Such a family wasn't worth anything in his eyes. Thinking about how the original Shin had lived his life after being declared quirkless made his blood boil. They starved him, beat him, and criticized his very existence. All that trauma on a 4-year-old boy. He sat on the thin mattress placed on the floor. Not everyone has a good parent like Midoriya, Shin sighed as he remembered the caring green-haired lady from the anime. Midoriya's suffering did not come close to how other quirkless kids lived. Some were abandoned by their parents, while others faced unimaginable hardships in their own homes. Most quirkless children didn't live to see their 15th birthday. Either they fell victim to violence or chose to end their own suffering. Even Shin had to admit that his situation was better than most. Still too much for a kid to endure, but it was better than being sold to those horrendous organizations. He was just glad that the original owner's parents hadn't done that yet. System, you can unseal my wishes now. As you wish, host. Shin braced himself for what was to come but was surprised by the warm sensation enveloping his body. This is too different from all the wuxia comics I've read. Shin smiled a bit helplessly. If he had known he wouldn't be in pain, he would have unsealed them in class. Quirk, Djinn Equip, Maso, magic dress, is the ability to take on the form of a djinn. Djinn? Like in the Magoi world. Shin was completely at a loss for words. He knew all about his quirk. It was Djinn Equip from the Magoi anime he loved back on Earth. The power scale of the djinn holders was immense. Even if you weren't like Sinbad, who had captured more than one djinn, having access to just one secured your spot among the top 10 hero ranks. The unique transformations when accessing a djinn's power were also flashy enough to gain popularity easily. Shin smiled, wanting to go back in time and give the old him a pat on the back. System, could you please show me what exactly I wished for? Djinn Equip as a quirk. The maximum capacity of djinn a human can hold is 7. You were only able to get that many. Shin couldn't complain. 7 was more than enough for the power scale of this world. Show me the djinn I have. Vinia, Falkler, Ball, Veilfor, Amon, Zagan, Barbados. Shin nodded in satisfaction. The battle experiences of my djinn's previous holders. Magoi reserves at max capacity. Glad I chose wisely. Shin closed his eyes and began his preparations. Canon hadn't begun yet, and there were still 12 months before the UA entrance exam. More than enough time to prepare. As for his previous thoughts of obtaining one for all, Shin had no such thoughts now. How could one for all compare to the power of the djinn at his disposal? If he practiced hard, Shin was confident he'd surpass All Might in no time. He stood up and walked toward his bedroom window. Outside revealed the scene he had grown accustomed to over the years. Hypocrisy. This world was very unkind to people with defects, like his previous quirkless self. Yet they were gentle towards the arrogant and self-conceited individuals with flashy quirks like Bakugo. Honestly, when he watched the anime through his TV screen, he pitied those born at the bottom but could never truly empathize with them. How could he? He had never gone through what they experienced. But after living the life of the lesser-born for years, a strong will for change had been born in his heart. He wanted to change this world for the better. And now that he had the power to do so, Shin wouldn't back down no matter what. I swear it. I'll be number 1. Again, streams of blue lightning zipped through the air once more. The deserted grassy field was shrouded in scorch marks, showing a level of destruction that did not seem normal to the once vibrant greenery. Thankfully, Shin was currently in a secluded area in the woods, away from the prying eyes of the heroes on duty. 2 months had passed since he got his quirk, and Shin had been training non-stop. He had already grown accustomed to Bale's powers in this short time. The fast progress he was making was all thanks to his second wish. With the previous Djinn holder's battle experience, controlling his new power was child's play. But even so, Shin did not let his new power get to his head and made sure to master it well. The only part he left untouched was the ultimate spell. Using it now would surely bring unwanted attention, especially since public use of quirks was illegal. Huff huff, Shin breathed as he transformed back to his normal form. Let's head back. Shin walked toward the apartment complex. He was tired, sleepy, and honestly just couldn't wait to bury his head in his thin mattress before his evening training session. He walked through the front door and made his way through the living room. Surprisingly, the whole family was there today, even his father's empress. Shin raised an eyebrow but did not question it. Sign this. His father threw a document at him. Shin caught it and widened his eyes at the words on the first page. Letter of Emancipation? They wanted to get rid of him? He had seen this coming, but couldn't they have done this earlier? The UA exams were approaching, and finding a place to stay would take time away from his training. Shin remained silent, and the group interpreted his quietness as reluctance to sign. Don't try to beg. It won't work, Shin, his mother said coldly. We have suffered a lot because of your defect. Can't you have some pity on us? If it weren't for my love for your father, I would have left a long time ago, his father's Empress added, placing her hand on his father's chest. Staying with him despite the shame you've brought upon me shows my love for Tanaka. Shin watched as his father stroked her hair in comfort, feeling a mix of disdain and disbelief. How did I cope with them for so long? He wondered. He glanced at his elder brother and sister, noticing a hint of guilt in their expressions, but it was fleeting. To them, his departure outweighed any feelings of regret. With that realization, Shin signed the documents and handed them to his father, who stared at him in disgust. Leave and don't think of coming back. Wasn't planning on it, he replied, turning to exit the apartment without looking back at the shocked expression on his father's face. I came back. Reflecting on his last words to his father, Shin felt a flush of embarrassment. He stared at his open bedroom window. Well, at least no one is here. If he was caught, he wouldn't know how to save himself from the humiliation. He climbed the stairs and jumped through the window into his room. After scanning the space, he wasn't surprised to see nothing out of place. They probably hadn't bothered to check for anything. Even before he had transmigrated into this body, the original Shin had never received anything from his family after being deemed quirkless. Thinking of his predecessor's suffering, Shin's expression hardened. These people had tormented the boy relentlessly, treating him as less than human. He recalled days when the original had been so thirsty that he drank muddy puddle water from the street, even as the family dog looked at him with disdain. He caressed his wrist, feeling the lump on the now-healed skin. 3 years and 5 months ago, on a windy night, the original had taken his life. On that same day, Shin had taken refuge in his body. Despite a harder start compared to other transmigrators he had read about, Shin was grateful for a second chance at life. He began clearing out his belongings, school uniforms, clothing, bags with necessities, and the savings he had worked hard to accumulate. His predecessor had been smart, saving as much as possible after witnessing the family's decline. When Shin took over, he wasn't burdened by the moral compass that had constrained the original. He had no qualms about taking money from their rooms when no one was around. Any cash he found would quickly end up in his hands. Surprisingly, even when they noticed money going missing, they never questioned him. Whether it was because they sensed a change in him or simply didn't believe he would dare to steal, he didn't know. Thanks to this, he now had enough money to cover 4 months' rent in internet cafes, and if the manuscript he submitted to the publishing firm was accepted, he would have a stable source of income. The thought of being kicked out of the house felt like a blessing in disguise. Now that he was legally free from them, could they still benefit from him once he became a hero? Did you hear? Hear what? Shin's parents kicked him out. By the time Monday rolled around, the news had spread throughout the school. The contempt in his younger sister's gaze made it clear who had started the rumors. Nevertheless, Shin didn't let their words affect him. He walked down the hallway with his back straight. For an ordinary teenager, this would have been devastating, but for him, having endured worse in his past life, their antics seemed trivial. The only thoughts occupying his mind were which Djinn to practice with next. Midoriya heard the news and felt a mix of guilt and elation. Shin had been kicked out by his parents. Since realizing that Shin was different from him, despite sharing the same defect, he had been secretly trying to compete with him. In school ranking, in sports, even who arrived earlier to class wasn't spared. Unsurprisingly, Shin won every time, even though he was completely unaware of his challenge. But now it seemed that he had won in one aspect: his family. Regardless of only having a mother, all of Shin's family couldn't be compared with her. A smug smile unconsciously formed on his lips as he watched the purple-haired boy. Purple hair! His childhood friend's loud voice could be heard. Kaken walked towards Shin with a proud demeanor, hands in his pockets. Heard they finally disposed of Yuha? He laughed and approached Shin, but once he got in front of him, it was obvious the blonde was annoyed by Shin's height that towered over his. Even they couldn't stand your presence. Shin remained indifferent. You waste of air. Shin didn't flinch. Filthy. The hallway was silent as everyone stared at the commotion. Even the teachers had come out to watch but never made a move to stop it. No one had seen Bakugo like this. Midoriya felt a bit surprised by his attitude today, but it wasn't enough to erase his smile. He felt relieved. For some reason, Shin's existence made him feel wary, like something would be taken away from him the longer he was around. Seeing that he was finally being put in his place made him feel relieved that things were going in the right direction. Just when he was about to head back to the classroom, a cold voice rang out. You finished yet? Shin's voice resounded all over the hall. Unlike their initial thought, Bakugo's words hadn't affected him at all. Rather, Shin looked and sounded bored. I'll take your silence as a yes. He adjusted his school bag on his shoulder and looked at Bakugo straight in the eye. What do you gain from this? There was no anger on Shin's face, just pure curiosity, as if he had been staring at a complex math equation. Your show went on for a total of 3 minutes, he pointed at the clock behind them. 3 minutes of talking about how my parents disowned me. Which is true but not important. Shin lifted a single finger. Tell me one good reason why you wasted my time, Bakugo. Bakugo looked startled. He didn't expect Shin to respond this way. He looked around and saw the crowd of students and teachers staring at him, waiting for his response. He stared back at Shin and noticed the look of disappointment in the purple-haired boy's eyes. It made his blood boil. Who was he to look at him like that? Suddenly, Bakugo set off a large explosion towards Shin's face, startling the onlookers. At this point, the teachers couldn't stand still anymore. Regardless of being quirkless, Shin was still the school's top student. Bakugo! Stop. Their words fell on deaf ears. Shin, not in the mood to reason with Bakugo any longer, simply grasped his arm and twisted it fiercely. Ah! Bakugo screamed out in pain as he felt his shoulder sockets move from their original position. Shin! The teacher roared as he rushed to the scene once he noticed Bakugo unable to fight anymore. You're suspended. The man looked ready, as if he had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time. Shin noticed his eager gaze and simply smiled. If I remember correctly, he attacked me first, meaning that my actions were in self-defense. But you did not need to go so hard on him. That was overkill. And him setting off a large explosion towards my face was an overkill? Sensei, stop being prejudiced against those without quirks. Seeing that words had silenced the teacher in front of him, Shin continued, you know that if this case was reported to the police, not only would Bakugo be charged for illegal use of his quirk in public, but Shin's voice became colder, he'd also be charged with attempted murder. The halls were silent. Midoriya saw how Shin's words had set off a silent storm in the hearts of students and teachers. They finally realized the severity of the matter, and from the look on Bakugo's face, it seemed he understood this too. If this got out, would UA still accept him? If this got out, he'd be unofficially banned from enrolling in every hero school in Japan. His parents would also face a lot of backlash because of this. But don't worry, I'm not that harsh. Midoriya saw Bakugo's back relax a bit. I only have one request. Shin crouched down and began to pat Bakugo's head in the most ungentle way possible. Behave. Bakugo was subdued. Shin got up, adjusted his bag once more, and walked away like nothing had happened. Midoriya felt a swarm of complex emotions bubbling up inside of him. The look of Shin's back became more prominent in his mind, like being reminded of something he'd never catch up to. Just before he was about to walk back, he saw Shin suddenly stop and look towards him. He looked at him for a long time before finally sighing, "Midoriya, you should really learn to control your expressions more." Midoriya froze. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs became weak. Even after Shin walked away and the other students and teachers had scattered, he remained in place, thoughts racing because he knew he'd been seen through. Shin saw him smile. After the confrontation with Bakugo and the teachers, Shin felt the obvious change. The once aggressive Bakugo seemed to be avoiding him, which Shin appreciated. The teachers had also become more cautious around him, clearly understanding that Shin was serious about his threat to report Bakugo. They viewed Shin as a boy who had faced many hardships and was now pushed to his limits by his own relatives. They feared he might act rashly if provoked, and they couldn't afford to lose Bakugo, their ticket to fame. They had long dreamed of headlines proclaiming, "The top hero, Bakugo Katsuki, graduated from Aldra Junior High." As for Midoriya, Shin found himself at a loss for words. The Greenette seemed different now. In the show, he was an innocent, stuttering mess, but now he appeared more composed. Shin couldn't pinpoint when the change happened, but he sensed that Midoriya didn't like him, which puzzled him since they had barely interacted. The few times he had helped Midoriya with Bakugo, he only received a forced smile in return, leading Shin to stop offering his assistance. It surprised him that Midoriya would smile so brightly upon hearing something unfavorable had happened to him. Shin shook off the thought. He needed to focus on training his quirk. Midoriya's feelings wouldn't affect him, so he decided not to dwell on it. "Let's try this now," he said, sitting cross-legged on the grassy area marked by scorch marks from his previous training session. He had Mstred Bale's powers and was now working on controlling Barbatos, a djinn specializing in strength magic. His powers were reminiscent of a certain hero, All Might, but Shin believed his abilities were even stronger. When Shin took on Barbatos's form, he wielded a silver spear that could produce shockwaves capable of traveling great distances. These shockwaves could take the form of various attacks. For instance, a punch would create a massive air-pressured bullet, while the spear would unleash a slash of compressed air. Each shockwave could alter the terrain and atmosphere around him. Shin was eager to acquire Barbatos's strength magic, envisioning the day he could unleash a punch that rivaled All Mights for the world to see. He dreamed of being recognized as the next All Might, especially since their quirks were fundamentally different, with his being flashier. During his training, Shin noticed something that made him grin. "Let's try it again." He focused on Barbatos's strength magic in his fist. After a minute of concentration, he felt a surge of power building up. Remembering Tsunade's training method for controlling her strength, he imitated her instructions, build up the power, and release at a single point. With that, he unleashed the stored energy in his fist, creating a massive shockwave that uprooted a distant tree. It actually worked? He breathed, exhilarated. This breakthrough opened up new possibilities for him. If he could harness his djinn's powers without transforming, he wouldn't be defenseless in his normal state. This insecurity had nagged at him since gaining his quirk. While he was powerful in his transformed state, he knew that top villains would exploit any weaknesses. Even someone like Midoriya or Bakugo would take advantage of such vulnerabilities. Now I have another thing to add to my training schedule. I'm sure the principal and teachers wouldn't mind if I missed school occasionally. In fact, they might even be relieved. Shin chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating the day he graduated and could finally leave that school behind. He wasn't a bad person, but he certainly wasn't an angel either. In Shin's opinion, letting such a school close down would be doing the nation a favor. He even felt that if he wasn't rewarded for his actions, then he'd be wronged. As for Bakugo, he agreed to let him go only for one reason. He didn't want him to end up becoming a villain. From the way Bakugo was, Shin knew that the only reason he hadn't accepted the villain's offer to join them when he got kidnapped was because he had already been admitted into UA. He wanted to go farther than All Might, and he didn't want Midoriya to surpass him. To him, Midoriya being admitted while he wasn't would be like a pebble being superior to him. It was a strange mindset, but Shin wouldn't judge. Then again, what if Bakugo had never been admitted into UA in the first place? What if Shin really went through with his words and he got banned from all hero schools in Japan? Would Bakugo's superiority complex, built up from childhood, really just vanish? No, it wouldn't. Shin had met many people with similar mindsets in his previous life. Bakugo shared a common thought. If I can't beat you this way, why not beat you in another way? Shin was sure that the blonde would fall into villainy, not for a heartfelt reason like some unfortunate people shamed by society due to their quirks, but simply to make a point. For that reason, countless lives could be lost under his explosions, and that was something Shin's conscience could not bear. Kobayashi Internet Cafe, Muzutafu. Shin was having a rare lazy day. Snacks crowded the black mattress on the floor as he ate them greedily. It's been a while since I treated myself. Shin sighed in satisfaction as the taste of tomato-flavored potato chips slid down his throat. 2 months had passed since he discovered another way to use his quirk. In that time frame, the sludge villain incident had taken place. Midoriya recklessly jumped into the scene to save his abuser and unexpectedly reaped immense benefits from the event. He became All Might's successor and was slowly beginning his journey of being a hero. Yes, number 1 was purposely omitted. With him here, that title was already booked. Shin reached for the Coke by his side. "Huh," he exclaimed in delight as he chugged the contents down. He wouldn't question how Coke existed in this world. He silently gave thanks to the creator for his appealing mind. Upon seeing the end credits of the movie he was watching, Shin reached out to put on the next one. He sighed as he prepared himself to get back to work again. Finding a good, non-hero-based movie that made sense was very hard in this world. He scrolled down the options available on the computer screen. My Hero Loves Me, The Tyrant Hero Won't Leave Me Alone, All Might Chronicles, Season 17, I'm Being Seduced by the Number 1 Hero? Shin sighed. He was at the tip of despair at this point. But he held on, repeating number 1, like a mantra, trying to keep himself from losing focus. Honestly, this week off training was much needed. Training tirelessly every day was slowly but surely getting to him. He heard his ringtone playing and momentarily stopped his search. Unknown number? He rarely got calls, having never given his number to anyone besides his old family and class teacher. His first reaction was that they had dialed the wrong number, but he still picked up. Hello. Good afternoon, is this Shin? The stern voice of a woman rang in his ears. Yes, who am I speaking to? Shin asked cautiously. He had never heard this woman's voice before. Glad to be speaking with you, Mr. Shin. My name is Miyuki Sasaki, an editor working at Quirk Time Literature publishing firm. Shin straightened up upon hearing her words. The manuscript you sent in, Tokyo Ghoul, has caught our attention, and we would be pleased to have a cooperation with you, sir. Although Shin did not show it, he was mentally leaping with joy. His money was quickly running out, and he only had enough cash for 2 more months of rent. This news came at the best time, but he did not let anything show. All right then. How does Quirk Time intend to show its sincerity? He sounded uninterested and aloof. Miyuki bit her lips upon hearing his blunt words. Wasn't he supposed to be excited? He was clearly a newcomer. Miyuki held her temper and responded in a calm tone. Sir, Quirk Time intends to give you 6% of the royalties. I decline. Even as a beginner, Shin would never accept such a low cut for the work he had given them. He knew its worth, and Quirk Time was well aware of it too if they called him despite the heavy theme of the novel. Even though Shin had changed so much of the original Tokyo Ghoul, that the only resemblance the manuscript had with the anime at this point was the name and the characters, he was still aware that this book was a masterpiece, especially in a world that had been severely lacking in creative content since the age of quirks emerged. Miyuki was confused. Wasn't he just a newbie? Why was he so fierce? She understood the value of this novel and was certain it would create a stir in the literary world. The current board of Quirk Time thrived on controversy, and her boss had warned her to secure this deal at any cost, adding to her pressure. Seeing that the writer was assertive only intensified her anxiety. As an intern, she felt overwhelmed. Miyuki decided to change her approach. Softening her voice, she said, "Shin-kun, we can come to an agreement on this, right?" Shin was taken aback. Were women so bold nowadays? No. Miyuki's pride took a hit. Had her charm diminished since college? She decided to be straightforward, asking, "What amount do you want then?" 10%. She felt a surge of frustration but maintained her calm tone. "Sir, how about 8? 11%. Miyuki's complexion paled and she quickly agreed, "Yes, 11. It was a pleasure doing business with you, sir. The e-contract will be sent to you shortly." After hanging up, she felt relieved, as if she had narrowly escaped a confrontation. Shin chuckled to himself, realizing she had tried to play him. In the Quirk Time editorial department, Miyuki slumped in her seat, feeling as though she had just survived a villain attack. Her colleague noticed her fatigue and asked, "Miyuki-san, everything okay? What's wrong?" Miyuki glanced at her and clicked her tongue. "Straight guys are the worst clients." A week passed quickly, and Shin returned to his rigorous training schedule. He had mastered Barbados's strength magic, though his untransformed state still lacked power compared to his full transformation. The untransformed use of his Djinn's magic types was challenging, as none of the previous Djinn holders had experience in this area. Therefore, he focused on mastering his other Djinn forms while practicing his untransformed strength magic at the end of the. He was currently working on Vinaya. Throughout the process, Shin felt fortunate to be mastering his powers quickly and often praised himself for his clever wishmaking. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps and chatter nearby. Taking the initiative, he deactivated his form and lay low. Meanwhile, Aizawa was having a rough day. There had been an uptick in villain activity, and much of the work fell on him due to his quirk's efficiency. Night and morning patrols had increased, and he sighed at the burden. As a teacher at UA, his existence was less secretive, but he felt the government should still respect his title. To make matters worse, 2 students had decided today was the day to ignore his hints. "Eraser, why are we in the woods?" Present Mike asked loudly. "I should be asking you that. This is my patrol time," Aizawa replied. "Don't be so mean, Aizawa," Midnight pouted. Ignoring her, Aizawa explained, "There have been reports of strange activity here. Witnesses said the noise wasn't too loud, but it worried them, so I came to check it out." Suddenly, they froze at the sound of rustling leaves. Their guards were raised as they scanned their surroundings. "Come out," Aizawa commanded, activating his quirk. Ominous red eyes glinted in the direction of the sound, and a figure quickly revealed himself. It was a boy, tall for his age, with long purple hair. Aizawa estimated he was around 15 or 16 based on his features. With a strong build and striking amber eyes, he was the type to draw attention. Yet, Aizawa felt a strange familiarity with him, unable to place where he had seen him before. The boy appeared on high alert, scanning the environment as if searching for an escape route. When his gaze landed on Aizawa, his defenses relaxed slightly, and his eyes widened in shock. "Eraserhead?" the boy exclaimed, a glint in his eyes that the 3 heroes recognized all too well. "Yes. Can you sign me?" Shin watched as Eraserhead took hold of the marker Present Mike handed to him to sign his t-shirt. "What's your name, kid?" Shin noticed that even though Aizawa agreed to sign his shirt, the pro hero hadn't let down his guard around him. While he truly admired the man, it wasn't to a fanboy extent. Shin would not worship anyone. He merely acted that way to avoid raising suspicion. It was already odd for him to be seen alone in the woods on a Wednesday morning when most students were at school. "Shin." Aizawa raised a brow. "Last name?" Shin pretended to pause before looking away awkwardly. "Don't have one, sir." Aizawa fell silent and proceeded to sign his name, but Shin noticed the man relax a bit. Midnight and Present Mix expressions softened at the realization that the boy did not have a last name. They assumed he was an orphan. "Here." Aizawa handed over the signed shirt, and Shin swiftly bowed to the haggard-looking man. "Thank you." Eraserhead just waved dismissively, indicating it was okay. With this, Shin finally focused on the duo standing behind Aizawa. Once he smiled at them, they thought he was just a fan wishing for their autographs. Midnight even stretched out her hand to collect the marker from Aizawa with a small smirk. "Are they your sidekicks, Eraserhead?" Shin swore he heard their hearts crack at that moment. Sidekick. Present Mick's voice was unusually low. Midnight was silent, but the twitching of her lips made everyone understand her mood. Aizawa chuckled. "They're also pro-heroes." "Oh, sorry. You really don't know us?" Midnight sounded unconvinced, which she had every right to be. They weren't in the top 10 hero rankings, but they both had places in the top 30. It was a significant achievement. Especially as UA teachers, they were well known to the public. Of course, Shin knew about them from watching the anime, but the original Shin truly had no clue of their existence. The only heroes his predecessor was aware of were Eraserhead and All Might. Even Endeavor was a nobody to the kid. Shin shook his head. "Sorry, I only know All Might and Eraserhead." Aizawa was a bit confused by this and couldn't help asking, "How do you even know me, kid?" He was an underground hero, and his existence wasn't widely discussed in the media. Shin's eyes shone brighter as he stared at Aizawa, as if he only had the pro-hero in them. "You saved me." Although Shin was internally cringing from his White Lotus act, he kept it up. He wasn't lying about Eraserhead saving him, it was just that the him wasn't exactly him. It was the original owner. Seeing Aizawa's confusion, Shin explained, 9 years ago, under the bridge, you gave me food and paid for my treatment at the hospital. It was a year before the original had faced tragedy. The abuse from his family was at its peak at the time. But that night was especially bad. His father had just been fired from his job after his boss discovered his affair with his wife. He came home drunk and took his anger out on his youngest son. After brutally beating him and banning him from entering the house for a week, the poor kid was left to fend for himself on the streets with a broken leg and dislocated jaw. Just as he was dying of starvation and thirst, the haggard appearance of the pro-hero appeared before him. The boy had lost hope of being saved, as he had been ignored by every flashy hero on the streets. So he didn't have the heart to place his hope on a man that looked like he couldn't wait to huddle up in bed. But contrary to his expectations, the weary man actually brought him into his embrace and fed him the remains of his burger before taking him to the hospital for a full recovery. Once he woke up in the hospital ward, the kid's first thought was to run away quickly, fearing he didn't have enough money to pay for treatment. But to his surprise, the nurse told him that the hero who brought him there had already paid for it. He was shocked and felt guilty for not knowing the man's name. Neither did the nurse, so after being discharged he took a big risk to enter his elder brother's room to search for his hero's details. It took a long time, and there were practically no heroes that matched his descriptions. But eventually he found it. Not much, only a name, Eraserhead. Aizawa looked at the boy in astonishment. He remembered him. Though he was much smaller and dirtier at the time, there was no mistaking those amber eyes and long purple hair. Although the boy's condition was dire, Aizawa had seen much worse during his hero career. The only reason he remembered him was because he had arrived from a horrendous case that night. A warehouse full of quirkless children. Although he had successfully captured and imprisoned the villains behind the incident, the lives of those kids were already lost. He came too late. The incident was another heavy reminder that he couldn't save everyone. While taking a stroll to clear his mind, he heard whimpers from under the bridge. He decided to check the situation and was not prepared to find the body of a malnourished child beside bags of trash. Without hesitation, he carried the boy and rushed to the hospital. Staring at the unconscious child on the hospital bed, Aizawa sighed in relief. The doctor had assured him that the boy's vitals were stable and that he would recuperate properly. Aizawa was just glad he had been able to save him in time. The incident that morning had left him with insecurities and self-doubt. Seeing Shin alive and breathing was a silent confirmation that he was still capable of saving others. "How've you been?" Aizawa asked a bit concerned. "It's been good," Shin replied, masking his true feelings. "I'm glad," Aizawa said, while Midnight and Present Mike observed the interaction with soft expressions. Guess the homeless man still has a gentle side, huh? Narumi thought. Aizawa cleared his throat before focusing on the reason he had come. So, care to tell me what you're doing in the woods? His eyes glowed with intensity as he questioned the boy. Training, Shin answered, unfazed by Aizawa's gaze. Aizawa scanned the boy's training ground, which looked more like an apocalyptic scene. The once vibrant greenery was marred by scorch marks, uprooted trees, and deep puddles that puzzled the heroes since it hadn't rained recently. What kind of quirk does he have to cause this much damage? Aizawa wondered to himself. What are you training for, little listener? Mike asked. The UA entrance exam is coming up. They weren't surprised. Most kids dreamed of getting into UA. However, this didn't stop Narumi and Hizashi from grinning smugly. Getting into UA won't be easy, Narumi said, holding her WHP with a playful look. But work hard and I'm sure you can do it. Hizashi folded his arms, trying to appear serious. These guys, Aizawa thought, shaking his head. Go beyond plus ultra, they cheered, leaving Aizawa to think, they're idiots. A month had passed since his encounter with Eraserhead and friends. That day could easily be his most shameful. He did not enjoy acting two-faced, but his actions were not without reason. Gaining Aizawa's favor would also mean leaving a good impression on the teachers, who were pro-heroes with connections that could smooth his path to becoming number one. He wasn't like Midoriya, who had All Might support, nor was he like Bakugo, who could get away with much due to his own advantages. Shin was aware of this. Entering Class 1A would signal a major shift in the world's destined timeline, as one student would have to be moved to Class 1B. He did not have the protection of the world like the other characters, which is why he had to play things smart. Any advantage he saw, he would seize. Any opportunity to smooth his path, he wouldn't let slip by. Right now, the image of a hardworking boy with a dark past trying desperately to accomplish his dreams had been firmly planted in the minds of the three heroes. Even the smallest of things could lead to great rewards. Shin's past life had taught him. Good morning, Japan. I'm your host Mina Hashigaki. Shin looked at the big billboard on display and was surprised by the content. Tokyo Ghoul by the mysterious author, Shin, has set Japan by storm. It has sold over 3 million copies in the first month, and the sales rate isn't stopping anytime soon. Well, the plot is very intriguing. It's the first time someone has been so bold to write about a main character with a villainous quirk. Shin smiled warily at the news broadcast. Yes, he had done it. He recreated a book from his past world here. Was it shameless of him? Did he care much? In a sense, it couldn't be called plagiarism. He only used the mood and characters but changed the plot significantly to fit this world style. Kaneki had been altered to be a late bloomer who eventually possessed a ghoul quirk. His best friend Hyde now had a light manipulation quirk that made hero schools eager to enroll him as a potential top hero. All ghouls in the original story had been reimagined as people shunned by society for having villainous quirks. Shin had altered it so much that it could barely be linked to the original manga anymore. Surprisingly, he found himself liking his version more, as it showed that while villainous quirks might differ from flashy ones, they could be powerful and useful if not restricted. Kaneki became a hero despite the world telling him he couldn't, breaking through societal norms and gradually changing perceptions of villainous quirks. I honestly never thought that such quirks could be good. Reading Tokyo Ghoul was really an eye-opener. I guess my mindset was always in a fixed place. Did you see the campaigns going around? The #WeAreNotVillains and #Quirkless so what? Movements happening in Japan? Yeah, he sighed, but a relieved expression crossed his face. I'm glad things are finally taking a turn for the better. And it's all thanks to that author, Shin. Whoever you are, regardless of what quirk you have my thanks. The two hosts bowed. After the broadcast, Shin was lost in thought for a while. I didn't think the book would have such an impact. At first, he was confused about why it caused such a sensation so quickly, but after reflecting, he realized the significance of his work. Emiya was a world controlled by the plot. No one had bothered to discuss such issues before, well, until the hero killer, Stain, made his debut. Many things didn't make sense, and even after living in this world for a while, Shin remained puzzled. For instance, how the technology level here was still on par with his previous world. And how All Might's quirk was said to be the most powerful. This statement still baffled him. In a world full of untapped potential, was All Might's ability truly the strongest? Either the plot had eliminated everyone who could rival Toshinori, or this world's power level was significantly limited. Shin sighed as he liked his ice cream, getting comfortable on the street bench. He pulled out his phone and began reading netizens' comments on his book. Kaneki is so pitiful. Tisuke, why do people treat our fellow humans like this? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling in front of my hard copy. Carrot sister upstairs, go kneel somewhere else. We're having a serious discussion. God, I cried when Hyde died. Right? It's not fair. Happy face carrot brother, you're so mean. This book just tore the faces off those hypocrites. Yeah, because no one was saying anything before people with flashy quirks could get away with anything. My mother was moved from her position at work just because a new intern with a hero-like quirk showed up. She's been working there for 5 years. If his quirk was so hero-like, why didn't he become one? My school bully goes around acting like a tyrant, and the teachers never speak up because he has hero potential. I have a confession. There was a quirkless kid in my school. I saw how he got bullied until he finally couldn't take it anymore. I know I was wrong not to speak up. I could have done something, but I didn't. I'm sorry, Arima Sato. I'm sorry, Riko Inoue. I'm sorry, Mei Kimura. I'm sorry, Haruto Hinode. Shin watched the stream of apologies with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was proud of them for acknowledging their mistakes. On the other, he felt sadness that it took so long for change to happen. Looking at the long list of victims, his heart couldn't remain indifferent. He kept scrolling when he suddenly stopped on one comment. Has the world gone bad? Why are you all supporting the defects? We are superior. Why are you trying to make it seem like I'm equal to waste? Shin was aware that there would always be negativity, no matter the world. This only strengthened his resolve to become the next symbol. His book had unknowingly laid a strong foundation for him. As Tokyo Ghoul became more popular, his fans would likely increase, and these fans would most likely become his die-hard supporters once he revealed his identity as the author. Shin opened his text messages and read the notification. 330,000 yen has been transferred to you from XXXXXX. Time to find a new place. A genuine smile spread across his face. After today, he was saying goodbye to the life of an internet cafe squatter. Shin stared at his reflection for a long time. He smiled, frowned, scowled, and smirked. After a moment of silence, he clicked his tongue. Such beauty shouldn't be legal. His long, dark purple hair made him look like those noble young empresses in a manhwa. His obsidian eyes were enchanting. A handsome face that was slowly losing its baby fat revealed sharp features. A straight nose, a defined jaw, and thin lips with a hint of red. At a height of 5 feet 11 inches and a perfect figure, Shin exuded charm. Although he wasn't a fan of the attention he received after moving to a new community, he would never complain. Yes, being handsome had its challenges, but being unattractive was just disheartening. Plus, his appearance would be a good marketing factor when attracting fans. People were vain. It was just the way things worked, and Shin couldn't change that. But he could definitely benefit from it. He walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, heading back into his bedroom. The room was very much black, and truthfully, so was the entire flat. But it had its own charm, an elegant aura. Tokyo Ghoul's book sales had only increased since the news broadcast, and Shin was currently raking in millions of profit from it. He no longer needed to worry about saving money, so he purchased a high-end flat after saying goodbye to his internet cafe life. Although there were some hurdles along the way, Shin had to admit that signing those emancipation papers from his biological family was the best decision he'd ever made. He opened his closet and reached for the black uniform, his Aldera school uniform. 7 months had passed since the debut of his book. During that time, he had successfully mastered 4 Djinn forms, leaving only one left. It was finally time. Today was the day Shin had been training hard for. It was his first step toward accomplishing his dream, the UA entrance exam. Midoriya was trembling with excitement, barely able to contain himself. Just look at the building in front of him. It was you. He was actually standing on the grounds of the world's top hero school. This was where All Might attended. His life had changed dramatically after meeting the man. He went from being quirkless to the successor of the strongest quirk in the world. He was chosen by his idol to become the next #1 hero. Although All Might had initially crushed his dreams, Izuku held no grudge. He understood that his idol was right. How could he become a hero without a quirk to defend himself? Technology could help, but it could only do so much. Against powerful quirks, he would be in serious danger. But now things were different. He had spent 10 months following All Might's training schedule and had finally received one for all. While the means by which he obtained the quirk were not the most flattering, Izuku was grateful nonetheless. Today, he was going to prove that his hard work had paid off, that All Might had not made a mistake in choosing him. Midoriya's thoughts were interrupted by the image of a purple-haired boy. He felt a pang of pity but was secretly relieved. The teacher said Shin was also trying out for UA. How could he pass the entrance exam without a quirk? Izuku felt that Shin needed a reality check. The boy was too arrogant just because he had won against Kaken that time. Izuku sighed. Although he didn't particularly like Shin, he didn't want him to get hurt during the practical tests. Maybe I should warn him? He needs to take his life seriously. General studies might be a better fit for him. Out of my way, Deku. Midoriya recognized the familiar voice. Kaken. Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you. A chill ran down Izuku's spine at his words, and he quickly jumped out of the way. Morning. Let's both do our best. Kaken didn't even spare him a glance as he walked away. Hey, isn't that Bakugo? The one from the sludge villain attack? A boy whispered to his friend. Oh, he's the real thing. Wow. Midoriya noticed Kaken's palm flinch in his pocket, a habit he had whenever he felt uncomfortable. He must not like people bringing up the sludge incident. After all, Kaken never liked being seen in a weak position. Izuku recalled a memory from their childhood when Kaken fell into a river. He had only wanted to help, but the blonde mistook it as looking down on him. Izuku sighed, feeling a bit down about the memory, but quickly pulled himself together. That was before. I'm different now. Remembering the past 10 months, he thought, take the first step. He walked forward. To being a hero. Who knew that after gathering his courage, he would actually trip on his own foot? There was still a smile on his face as he stumbled. This is it. Izuku really wanted to cry at that moment. Are you all right? A sweet and gentle voice brought him back to reality. He realized he was floating. He panicked for a moment before calming down as the girl helped him back to the ground. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first, but it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? The brunette smiled cutely. Aren't you nervous? Midoriya stuttered incoherent words, trying to come up with a reply. Was he actually talking to a girl? And a cute one at that. Seeing him in a daze, the girl looked around awkwardly before saying, let's do our best. See ya. She was cut off by a series of exclamations coming from the front gate. They both turned their heads to the source of the noise. When Izuku saw the figure, his heart sank immediately. That purple hair, he'd never get it wrong. Shin, he murmured. Shin walked through the gates of Yue, looking calm and confident as ever. His warm and inviting demeanor drew everyone's attention. Izuku had read many manga genres, martial arts, RPG, shonen, sports, but they all shared one thing in common. Their main characters radiated an aura that demanded attention, whether for good or bad. If Izuku had to pick someone who could possibly be the child of heaven, Shin's name would be the first to come to mind. Who is that? He's so cool. Have you seen his hair? He looks like a prince. I wonder what his quirk is. Maybe his hair? Is that why it's so long? Tish doesn't look like much. Jealousy is practically rolling off you, dude. Izuku heard the murmurs of the crowd clearly. Shaking his head, he was eager to enter the building, not wanting to linger outside. He turned his attention back to the girl who had saved him from falling earlier. How about we head in? She stood there in a daze, her natural blush deepening by the second as she fixed her gaze on the tall purple-haired boy walking towards the entrance. Izuku watched as Shin paused briefly, noticing her intense gaze, and nodded at her before continuing on his way. He saw her lower her head and fidget with her fingers, her demeanor very different from when she spoke with him. In that moment, Izuku felt something crack within him, as if something precious had been taken away. Hero Course Exam Orientation Center. Shin had just finished the written portion of the exam and was calmly waiting for the other students to finish in the orientation center. As a top student, the test wasn't hard for him, but he pushed himself extra hard because he couldn't stand the thought of losing to anyone. In his previous life, he had died young at 19, and the idea of being outperformed by someone younger after being granted a second chance struck a nerve. He was confident that if he didn't score 100 on the exam, then Nizu's IQ was declining. 30 minutes passed quickly, and the auditorium filled up. He sat beside Midoriya, with Bakugo next to him. Shin noticed Midoriya glancing at him from the corner of his eye, hesitating to say something, but Shin pretended not to notice. He really didn't want to talk to him after learning about his true feelings. Shin. The lights on the stage turned on, cutting off Midoriya. Good timing, Shin thought, silently giving the technical crew a thumbs up in his heart. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Present mic began. Everybody say hey. There was silence. What a refined response. He shrugged off the lack of reaction, which was likely nothing new. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah, he replied to his own question, seemingly lacking faith in the students. Midoriya began muttering excitedly upon seeing the hero but was quickly silenced by Bakugo. Shin listened carefully as Present Mike explained the battle centers. You can bring whatever you want. After the presentation, you'll head to your specified battle centers, okay? In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Bakugo pointed out, peering at their cards. Shin observed their cards as well. He was assigned to Battleground C, while Bakugo and Midoriya were in Ground A and B, respectively. Present Mike continued explaining the point system. Your goal is to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains, but of course, attacking the other examinees is prohibited. So immobilize, not necessarily destroy then? Shin noted the key word immediately. He quickly deduced that there must be some sort of SWS on the robots, giving mental quirk users a chance to rack up points. Pretty smart, but too bad most students' IQs were disappointing. His thoughts turned to the purple-haired boy who looked like he hadn't slept in days, Shinso. From what he had seen in the anime, Shin didn't have a good impression of him. Hypocritical, blind jealousy, and self-centered were the words he used to sum up the boy. If he was aware that his quirk wasn't suited for close combat, why not train his body? He remembered how skinny and weak Shinso looked during the sports festival arc and couldn't help frowning. Shin hated it when people made excuses for their lack of effort. Excuse me. Shin watched as Ida began questioning Present Mix's professionalism, before finally calling out Midoriya for his muttering. After a few laughs from the students, Hizashi quickly brought them back to the topic at hand, explaining that the fourth type of villain was worth 0 points and should be avoided as it was merely an obstacle in every battleground. That's all for me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra." Shin noticed the excited looks on the examinees' faces once the motto was said and couldn't help but smile a bit. Now everyone, good luck suffering. Shin sighed at the blonde's antics and started heading out of the auditorium with everyone else. Once outside, he moved towards Bus C. Shin. His eyes dimmed slightly when he recognized who called out to him. It was Midoriya. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shin asked him what the matter was. He expected an apology for Midoriya's earlier attitude, but what he got was unexpected. You can't take the exams. Midoriya exclaimed. Shin's eyes widened, as did Bakugo's and a few other students nearby. And why can't I? Midoriya looked at him with a strange expression. Shin, you know you're quirkless. How can you take the exam? Shin recognized the pity in Midoriya's eyes. He was actually being pitied by someone like him? How long do you want to keep acting like this? You can't be a hero. For people like you, general studies should be where you focus. How would your parents feel if you keep messing around like this? Shin watched as whispers spread among the crowd. He's quirkless? Ah, such a pity for someone so good-looking. That successor, but did he need to point it out so publicly? More people stopped to watch as Midoriya continued without restraint. Shin could tell he was enjoying the attention, his eyes shining brighter as more gathered around. Bakugo, despite his dislike for Midoriya, sensed the satisfaction radiating from him as he scolded Shin. What's your motive, Midoriya? Shin's cold voice snapped Midoriya back to reality. What do you mean? I mean, why are you doing this? I was only trying to help you. It's funny how you don't even notice the smile on your face whenever something bad happens to me. Midoriya shivered at the intensity of Shin's gaze. It felt like his entire existence was being scrutinized. Bzzz. Midoriya's eyes widened as he watched blue lightning dance around Shin's palm. He couldn't believe it. 12 months ago, my quirk awakened, Shin said, withdrawing the lightning. Turns out I wasn't quirkless. Just a late bloomer. Midoriya felt small as Shin stepped closer, not in height but in presence. It's obvious you hate me, Shin continued. And honestly, I don't mind that. You're free to like and dislike whoever you want. Just make sure your brain is functioning properly when you use these petty tricks. Because next time you try a stunt like this, I won't be as kind as I am now, Midoriya. With that, Shin left, and Midoriya remained still, a repeat of their last confrontation echoing in his mind. He had lost again. In the dark control room, the core teaching staff of UA watched the confrontation unfold on the big screen. Nizu had sensed the drama and projected it for all might to see. It's obvious you hate me, Shin had said. And honestly, I don't mind that. They observed as Shin calmly spoke to Midoriya, resembling a father trying to reason with a rash son. All Might felt shame wash over him. Why was Midoriya acting this way? He had spent 10 months with the boy and knew he wasn't bad, but there was no denying that his actions today were inexcusable. He would have to correct him after the exam. Aizawa remained silent, but Midnight and Nizu noticed how tightly his fists were clenched. He remembered how brightly Midoriya had smiled after he dropped him off at the hospital that night. Was this fine? Aizawa recalled the abandoned warehouse where quirkless individuals had suffered. Though awareness had grown since the release of a popular novel, many quirkless people still faced hardship. Looking at Shin's mature eyes on the projector, Aizawa felt a wave of distress. Meanwhile, in Battle Center C, Shin stood before the giant exam gate, unaware that he was being observed by the UA staff. He and the others had changed into their sports attire. Shin wore a simple black tank top and sweatpants, staring at the gate with determination. His goal wasn't just to pass, he aimed to break records. All Might's score of 110 was going to be surpassed by him today. And for that to happen, Shin couldn't hold back. The gates opened wide, and he wasted no time charging up Barbado's strength magic into his legs. He took off in a flash, leaving the other contestants momentarily dazed by the wind pressure from his takeoff. Why did that guy go in? One of them exclaimed. They didn't say start yet, another replied. Even if he has the looks, his IQ is still lacking a bit, someone sighed. Hey, isn't this cheating? Present Mike looked at the confused children below and shook his head. Okay, start. His yell got their attention. There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. The kids looked at him in disbelief before rushing into the battle city. Damn it. We're falling behind, one shouted. That guy knew this. Why didn't he say anything? Shin wasn't aware of their scolding, and even if he was, he wouldn't care. First, they scolded him for being reckless, but now they were upset he didn't warn them. He wasn't ready to be responsible for anyone but himself. His only responsibility right now was to obliterate all the machines before him. A hunk of metal locked its eyes on him and rushed forward. Shin charged strength magic into his fists and sent a fierce punch to its head. There were only scraps of metal remaining after that. More mecha villains kept coming at him. Smash. Shin wasted no time, finishing them off in one hit. Suddenly, he heard a scream. To his left was a group of examinees trying to team up against a three-pointer mecha but failing miserably. Poor teamwork and weak quirks were simply not enough to take it down. Shin sighed. This was the harsh reality for most examinees taking the hero exam. Although the majority of the population had supernatural abilities, most were not powerful and lacked growth potential. This was why society could maintain some semblance of order. But there was another reason why those with potential often failed: arrogance. The kid in front of him was a clear example. While his companions had weak quirks, Shin could see that his water pistol quirk had obvious potential for hero work, even more than some original members of Class 1A. Yet, he was on the same level as the two behind him. There were people like Bakugo, who had been praised for simply awakening a flashy quirk. The difference was that, despite the praise getting to his head, Bakugo never stopped training. Quirks grow with you. If you neglect them, they will stagnate. Just as the mecha was about to attack the examinees, streaks of blue lightning surrounded it, immobilizing it. "Who?" the water pistol boy exclaimed, startled by the sudden lightning. Shin didn't reply. His focus was on the mecha. He walked up to it and examined it carefully. Sure enough, he found a red button on the back of the mecha. He tapped it, and the hunk of metal shut down. As expected, Nizu wouldn't leave the less physical quirk users helpless. "Hey, what are you doing?" one of the examinees protested. "You can't just take our points." Shin finally acknowledged the group. The water pistol boy seemed to regain his composure and straightened his spine, looking at Shin. "You seem good enough. I'll let you join my team as compensation for your obstruction earlier." Shin was amused. Join his team? Why would he accept burdens? He glanced at the two boys with weak quirks standing behind the water pistol user and felt a pang of sympathy for them. They didn't even realize they were being used as bait to gather points for someone else. "You two must have it hard, huh?" he said. The two lackeys didn't understand why he said this, but when they looked into his amber eyes filled with sympathy, they felt seen. They bowed their heads, their eyes glistening. Shin sighed once more before moving on to rack up more points. As he exited the alleyway, he lamented the life of those who blindly followed others. Even if you try to please someone to the point of exhaustion, some owners would still not remember you. Truly pitiful. In the UA control room, Nizu grinned as he observed the promising students displaying their quirks on the screen. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area to draw out the villains. Information gathering, mobility, calm composure in the midst of battle, and pure combat ability, he noted, excitement shining in his eyes. Midnight smirked. "Doesn't this year's rookies look promising, Aizawa?" The man in question did not respond, his gaze fixed on one screen for the majority of the exam. It was Shin's screen. Seeing that she was ignored, Midnight pouted, "Aizawa, you're too cold." Nizu had long picked up on Eraser's uneasy mood since the beginning of the exam. "You seem to be interested in that boy, Eraserhead?" This caught the attention of the other teachers. A student had managed to catch the eye of this usually stoic man? The purple-haired one from earlier? Cementos inquired. Aizawa did not mean to hide it, yes. Seeing him so attentive to the boy, the teaching staff also started paying attention to Shin. However, his score was very different from what they expected. 12 points. They couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed by the low score. "I remember the kid said that his quirk only awakened 12 months ago, correct?" "Ah, that seems to be true." "Well, for him to do this much is already impressive enough." Yes. They said this partly for Aizawa's sake, but also because they couldn't help feeling regretful for the kid. Just after 12 months of training, he had already reached this level, showing that his quirk had monstrous potential. But they sighed, thinking if only his quirk had awakened earlier, he could have scored at least double. Sadly, the rules were set, and they couldn't make exceptions just for him. However, if he could get into general studies and work his way into the hero course, then maybe. Wait! Is this kid insane? On the projection screen, Shin walked out of an alley and was met with the sight of mecha debris littering the streets. He observed the situation for a whole minute with a calm gaze and did something that no examinee had ever dared to do before. He sat down. Yes, on the UA entrance exam, Shin crossed his legs and sat down leisurely on a bench. He even took it a step further and closed his eyes. This scene would have looked quite peaceful if the setting hadn't been so chaotic. If one did not know better, they would think Shin had come out for a stroll. Kirishima was at his breaking point. Keeping his body in a hardened state for so long was truly taxing. Hehe. With another punch to the villain's metal head, Kirishima had garnered a total of 35 points so far. I seem to be doing better than I expected. He looked around and saw the crowd of examinees struggling against one-pointers. At that moment, Kirishima realized his quirk was a lot stronger than he thought. Well, at least it was stronger than most of the other examinees here. He wasn't exactly the most confident kid, but maybe he wasn't as bad as he used to think? Kirishima pushed himself further to gain more points. As he was running down the street, he saw something he never thought possible. Someone was sleeping during the exam? He wasn't sure if it was the stress getting to him, but regardless of the reason, he decided to call out to the purple-haired guy. "Hey, you okay?" His words were stuck in his throat when he saw the boy open his eyes and walk toward the center of the street. Kirishima didn't know why, but something about those golden eyes made him stand up straight. Regardless of the weird looks he received from the other examinees, Shin remained unbothered. "I suppose I've given the others enough time, right?" In the next moment, a dense blue aura erupted from Shin's body. What shocked Kirishima was that although he was quite a distance away, he could still feel the sheer power radiating off the boy. "Spirit of wrath and heroes, dwell in me. Turn me into a great demon." Ball. Blue lightning danced around him. His hair transformed into a vibrant blue color. Blue scales covered his body like protective armor. He grew claws, golden horns, and a long sturdy tail, giving him a dragon-like appearance. Without wasting time, Shin took off into the air. Staring at the massive battle city, he couldn't help marveling at the sight before him. "Nizu, you've really outdone yourself." To say that the teachers were shocked would be an understatement. One minute they were preparing to scold this young man, and the next he was transforming into a dragon-like warrior. Even All Might, who had been focused on young Midoriya, couldn't help but look at Shin in this moment. Transformation quirk? He had never seen a transformation quirk that came equipped with a full makeover and weapons. "Well, it certainly is flashy," Vlad commented. The other teachers nodded in agreement. While they liked to promote the idea that quirks don't matter, the reality was quite different. The flashier, the better. Whatever made a student stand out was a top priority nowadays. With Shin's quirk, if there were no accidents, they were sure he could secure a spot in the top 50 based on appearance alone. Just as they were commenting on his transformation, Shin's next move shocked them all. With a raise of his sword, a concentrated ball of lightning emerged above him. His voice was deep and intimidating, causing most of the examinees in the city to stop in their tracks. Bararak. Like divine judgment, beams of lightning were released from the energy source. In an instant, dozens of mechas were struck out of commission, some leaving no proper remains. The examinees in the same city were all petrified on the spot, some shivering at the thought of being struck by that attack, while others fell to their knees. Amongst the crowd, Kirishima stared intently at the majestic figure floating above the city like a god. His throat felt stuffy and he couldn't speak for a while. He had many words he wanted to say, but in the end he could only sum them up in one word. Manly. Silence filled the control room. Even Nizu, who usually laughed heartily, was quiet at this moment. What just happened? Did one boy actually take down all those mechas in one shot? Nizu looked at the scoreboard with a serious gaze. 120 points. His words snapped all the staff back to reality. 120? Vlad asked. Correct. Wasn't this a bit too powerful? And in only 12 months? Nizu felt a bit on guard by the amount of power displayed. With his high intellect, he could see things more clearly than others. Shin had just launched an all-out attack of over 100 lightning beams with precise control. The most shocking part wasn't just the power of the move but how easily he pulled it off. This boy was clearly not drained at all. Nizu sighed. It looked like, in addition to Bakugo Katsuki, he would also have to watch this candidate closely. It wasn't that Nizu thought Shin was a ticking time bomb. In fact, Bakugo seemed more like a future threat. From his brief observations of Shin, he was sure the boy meant no harm. Human beings are complex creatures, and you can never tell when someone might go astray. On the side, All Might was also shocked by the power Shin displayed. He looked at his successor, who was still in a state of panic, and struggled to find the right words. Midoriya boy, you've got big competition. Suddenly, a mini earthquake shook the entire battle city. Examinees stared at the giant mecha looming over them, its height surpassing all the large buildings in the city. With a flick of its giant metallic hand, a building was dismantled. Run! Scattered building parts fell from the sky like a meteor shower, causing the examinees to go into a frenzy. Is this the 0-pointer? Isn't this a bit much? We're going to die. You is crazy. In an instant, the mass of students ran as far as they could from the 0-pointer. In the crowd, a male examinee being carried on the back of another was suddenly dropped to the ground. There was disbelief on his face as he stared at the person who dropped him. I'm sorry, he stammered before turning back and running away from the approaching 0-pointer. They say people reveal their true colors in times of crisis. Wait, please. The boy tried to move his fractured leg, but it was hopeless. He called out for help, but no one responded. In that moment, all pretense collapsed around him. He crawled desperately, his arms numb from supporting his exhausted body. At times, he hissed in pain when someone stepped on his calf. Am I going to die? He watched the 0-pointer's giant hand approach him rapidly. He looked at the mecha that was ruthlessly sentencing him to an early death with an unwilling gaze. He only wanted to take a hero exam, but it seemed he was going to meet his maker earlier than expected. Flashbacks of his single mother begging him not to pursue hero work replayed in his mind. Why was he so persistent? It wasn't like he truly cared about saving strangers. He just wanted his crush to notice him. The 0-pointer's fist was just inches from his face now. Mom, I'm sorry. Bang. No pain? Opening his eyes, the first thing he noticed was a vibrant red head with shark-like teeth shielding him. You okay? The redhead asked. Probably due to shock, all the boy could do was nod blankly. Evacuate the injured and get to a safe distance. I'll take care of things here, a deep voice commanded. On it. The boy then noticed the other figure, a blue-haired boy with draconic features standing before the 0-pointer with a look of indifference. Even though he stood before the behemoth, it seemed to have no effect on him. If that wasn't shocking enough, he saw that the dragon boy's palm was directly in front of the 0-pointer's fist. It couldn't be. He stopped the 0-pointer with just his palm? Shin locked gazes with the 0-pointer. Although it might look scary to others, Shin found the enormous mecha rather cute. Others had to run around hunting for points, but it seemed the 0-pointer was sending rescue points his way with open arms. How could Shin be upset? This was a free buffet. Of course, he did not let his excitement show. One slip-up and Nizu would pick up on his ulterior motives. He's going to take it down? The injured examinee that Kirishima was holding in his arms asked weakly. Kirishima did not respond for a while. That I'm not sure. The boy was shocked. Then why? I'm not sure if he can beat that thing, but I'm certain he won't be hurt. Kirishima glanced back at the blue-haired boy in front of the 0-pointer. Don't worry, he's stronger than you think. Kirishima had seen up close how powerful the guy's lightning quirk was, which is why he left him behind in the first place. It would be useless to worry over him and get in the way. Shin looked back and noticed that Kirishima had gone far enough. Well, time to end things. Shin took flight into the air until he was face to face with the 0-pointer's ominous red eyes. Even when he saw the mecha charge towards him once more, Shin was calm, simply raising his sword to the sky and waiting. The once bright sky dimmed at a noticeable pace, creating the strange phenomenon of dark storm clouds shrouding the entire battle center. This scene was eye-catching, so much so that it even caught the attention of other students in the neighboring battle centers. Midoriya, who had just launched a smash at his 0-pointer and was falling to the ground, also noticed the strange weather conditions. Bakugo did too, though the blonde only stopped for a second before continuing to blast the mecha villains surrounding him. Regardless of everyone's thoughts, Shin only had the 0-pointer in his sights now. Thunderclap. Like a godly decree, lightning descended from the heavens. There's a reason why it is said that lightning is the most aggressive type of element, one that even surpasses fire in lethality. Fire has a much slower and more painful process of killing, but for lightning, blink once and it's over. Boom. After the earth-shattering roar and collision, silence prevailed on the battleground. Examinees looked at the remains of the 0-pointer they had been running away from just a minute ago. Now it was nothing but rubble. Hovering above in the sky was the boy who caused this. His long blue hair swayed with the wind currents, and his dragon-like features, along with majestic robes and ornaments, gave him a heroic look. His golden orbs could instill a subtle sense of oppression from just a glance. And time's up. With present mix reminder and the sound of alarms, this year's UA entrance exam came to a close. Some examinees wept, some smiled arrogantly, and some wore bitter expressions. In their hearts, they were already aware of their results. Most of their hero journeys were ending before they even began, while for a select few, they were finally at the starting point of their hero careers. Don't worry, man. Trust me, you'll do fine. But what if I didn't do well in the written part of the exam? Then rest assured, my sidekick position will always be open to you. Thank you. Why did this feel wrong? I clearly came to this guy for reassurance, but I was given a sidekick position in advance? Shin, stop messing around. Okay, I'm sorry, alright? Trust me, Kirishima, you'll pass. It would be stupid not to take you in. Hearing his words, Kirishima finally calmed down. Alright. I got to go train, I'll call you later. After their call ended, Kirishima slumped onto his bed, his head full of thoughts. Who was that? He lazily opened his eyes and looked at the pink-skinned girl in front of him. Shin. Oh, the one you met at the practical exam? Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that, Mina? Mina was staring at him with narrowed eyes. Just checking. Kirishima was confused. Checking what? Whether your heart has been stolen. Kirishima threw his pillow at her. You've been reading too much BL lately. So mean. Mina whined. I'm not interested in guys, and honestly, I'm more worried about you. Huh. Mina tilted her head to the side. Kirishima did not explain, just looked at his friend with sympathy. He remembered Shin's handsome figure being swarmed by female examinees after the practical exam. The purple-haired guy had a helpless look on his face. Kirishima understood this was not a first-time occurrence. He was a guy, but even he feared he might get a little confused if he looked at those golden orbs for too long. So how could this silly girl be immune to Shin? Kirishima sighed. Mina, you're too pitiful. Shin looked down at his phone with a small smile. It feels kind of strange not having to scold someone during a conversation. Ever since his rebirth, his daily schedule had been filled with training, fighting Bakugo, fighting Midoriya, fighting the Quirkist teachers, and fighting his family. Finally having a normal conversation with Kirishima made Shin a bit uncomfortable, as he wasn't used to it. But more than anything, he was happy. How long had it been since he smiled genuinely? His meeting with the redhead was like a breath of fresh air for Shin. Shin changed his clothes and was getting ready to leave the apartment to train again. Zagan was the last Djinn he had left to insert. It was just that this Djinn soul was a bit defiant. If Ball and Barbados were Djinns with extreme firepower, then Zagan was a Djinn with extreme utility. Zagan was known as one of the most powerful Djinns of King Solomon, capable of creating and controlling life, animals, and plants. This should have been good news for Shin, but instead, it became his biggest obstacle. Zagan harbored immense hatred towards the human race, with the only exception being the Magi, creations loved by the Rook and born with the largest amount of Magoi. He also despised the fire Djinn, Amon, declaring he would never work under the same owner as Amon. And who was Shin? He was the current owner of Amon. Despite being in a different time and space, the souls of the Djinns remained unchanged even after their magic powers had transformed into quirks. For a while now, Shin had struggled to access Zagan's abilities, only able to patiently increase his affinity with nature. He could only blame himself for being so easily seduced by power. As Shin walked out of the elevator, he noticed something sticking out of his mailbox. It dawned on him that today was the day for the UA entrance exam results. No wonder Kirishima was more paranoid than usual, he thought, shrugging as he put the letter into his bag. He planned to check it later. He still needed to figure out how to coax his feisty Djinn. If Midoriya saw how indifferent Shin was towards his UA results while he had been panicking all week, he would definitely be upset. At Aldra Middle School, the blonde class teacher beamed with excitement. I can't believe we have 3 students from our school matriculating into UA. Especially for Shin and Midoriya. It's a miracle. I'm proud of you 3. Shin regarded the teacher with skepticism. He was well aware of the man's disdain for him and Midoriya. Though the teacher's actions were subtle compared to bolder educators, he had made his feelings clear, calling on Shin to answer difficult questions and assigning him extra cleanup duties. When confronted, the teacher would feign innocence, claiming he was merely pushing Shin because he believed in his potential. Now that Shin had been admitted into the world's top hero school, the teacher seemed more cautious around him. Despite his feelings, Shin bowed and said, "Thank you, sensei," while glancing at the picture of the teacher's wife on the desk, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I wonder if your wife would be happy after your dirty deeds are exposed to the public? Shin had no intention of sparing the school after graduation. The teacher remained blissfully unaware of Shin's plans for his downfall. Midoriya and Bakugo sat in silence, lost in their thoughts. Midoriya glanced at the purple-haired boy beside him, feeling a bit intimidated. He wasn't surprised by the teacher's announcement, having seen the results from the projection yesterday. Shin had scored first place with a total of 200 points, surpassing All Might's record by 50 points. When Izuku saw Shin's score, the good mood he had from making it into UA was instantly dampened. Why was there such a difference between them? Just when he thought he could compete, Shin had awakened his quirk and surpassed his idol's records in just 12 months. If he had awakened his quirk earlier, Midoriya didn't even want to think about it. No, he couldn't sound so defeated. He had All Might's power now. He reminded himself that some quirks are powerful at first but may weaken over time. His body was still adjusting to One for All, and he shouldn't compare himself to Shin just yet. On the side, Bakugo was also contemplating Shin's score, momentarily forgetting about threatening Midoriya. He had been shocked to see his name in second place on the leaderboard. The disbelief had left him blank, and he hadn't even paid attention to All Might's announcement. After a night of contemplation, Katsuki walked into school with a clearer mind, determination shining in his red eyes despite the dark bags under them. He turned to Shin and spoke solemnly, "I will surpass you." The sudden silence in the room indicated that Bakugo had caught everyone by surprise. Shin initially thought Bakugo was trying to start another fight but didn't expect him to declare him as his rival. "That I see," he replied. The class teacher, however, was confused by the sudden tension. Why would Bakugo claim a quirkless kid as his rival? Teenagers would always be a puzzle to him. Shin's UA adventure was finally beginning. "You're joking." He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to. But he also knew his kids had no reason to fool him like this. No, did Shin? He really made it into UA. The news of Shin and Midoriya's enrollment into UA had caused a storm in both their school and community. Neighbors had been coming over to discuss the situation. The topic of how the Hayashi family had kicked out their second child, who later got accepted into UA, was the focus of discussion at every dinner table. Sachiko felt the weight of discomfort in that moment. The child she deemed useless was now in the top hero school in the world. She had even personally cut ties with him. "Why did you send him away?" she sneered at her husband. "You can't do anything right. Kicking out my precious second child, you monster." She seemed to have forgotten how she once wept and begged her so-called precious son to stay away from them. "Shut up," he shouted back. "Oh, don't you dare raise your voice at me." Watching their parents fight, the siblings just observed absent-mindedly. The youngest remembered how she leaked the news of Shin getting kicked out at school and how she even gloated about it. The eldest thought back on how he used to lock Shin in a closet for days without food just because he showed up whenever his friends came over. Both siblings said nothing, but their expressions revealed deep regret. Shin was unaware of the drama unfolding in his old home, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had long moved on from that farce. His focus was on the tall and unique architecture in front of him, UA High School. It was his second time here, but this time was different. Today, he was here as an official student. Shin suddenly felt that all the hours he spent trying to coax Zagan last night were not in vain. Speaking of the tree-hugging Djinn, progress had been slow. Usually, because Shin had past experience with the Djinn holders, his speed in mastering his abilities was abnormally fast. But due to Zagan's persistent rejection, he could barely manage to make a leaf move. It was the first time Shin had encountered a setback regarding his quirk, and honestly, he was still lost on how to move forward from here. Sighing to himself, Shin walked through the halls in search of his class. He frowned as he wandered around. Why is this place so huge? Don't put your feet on the desk. Huh. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Kirishima stared at his two new classmates and suddenly felt an incoming headache. The spiky blonde looked less like a student and more like a gangster, while the blue-haired one seemed to have a peculiar fascination with robots. I attend semi-private academy. My name is Ida Tenya. Semi? So you're an elite, huh? Kirishima lost interest in the conversation and looked at the empty desk beside him, confused. The name tag Shin was clearly visible, but where was the boy? Class would begin soon. Hey lover boy, don't worry, he'll be here soon. Kirishima rolled his eyes at Mina's teasing. Haha, very funny. What's so funny? The blonde in front turned around and asked. His name was Kaminari Denki. Although both he and Mina had just met him, his goofy nature quickly made them warm up to him. So did the black-haired boy with pure East Asian features who sat beside Kaminari. Nothing Mina is. Well, being Mina again. Oh, Siro and Denki nodded in understanding. Hey, I'm starting to think you guys are looking down on me. Silence hung in the air, and Mina understood the weight of those words. She tactfully chose to remain silent after that. She didn't have a habit of seeking conflict. Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one. Mina almost choked at the brutal comment. They all turned to see the new additions that had appeared at some point. You passed like Present Mike said. Of course you did. Your punch was amazing. The greenette's face turned bright red at the constant praises being thrown his way from the cute girl. Hey, mind moving? The deep, husky voice instantly caught the attention of the class. All eyes focused on the figure behind the two. Needless to say, all the girls' faces turned red after a glance. Kirishima saw Mina's cheeks redden and let out a helpless sigh. Too pitiful. After a moment of silence, a boy with purple ball for hair couldn't help tearing up. He seemed to feel his chances of snatching a girlfriend slipping away the longer Shin existed. No, I won't take this injustice. I demand a veto. Shin's lips twitched as he saw the boy start a protest. Just as expected, Minetta's nature remained unchanged. Go somewhere else if you want a veto. Time seemed to freeze when the tired voice rang out. Shin wasn't surprised, he had sensed the arrival. This is the hero course. Aizawa proceeded to unzip his sleeping bag, indifferent to the reactions of his new students. It took you 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited, and you kids aren't rational enough. He held the sleeping bag in his hand as he faced the class with an uninterested gaze. I'm your new homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoda. Nice to meet you. Class, teacher? Put this on and go out to the field. Aizawa handed Shin a track suit before facing the rest of the class. His eyes glowed ominously, making the fresh recruits shudder involuntarily. Your quirk assessment test will begin shortly. Zagan's hatred for humans was seriously affecting Shin's progress. Honestly, he was still wondering how he was going to help him overcome it. Sensei, what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka looked panicked. She and the others did not expect to be tested on the first day of school. If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Seeing the new recruits taken aback by his words, Aizawa sighed. Every batch always reacted the same. UA's selling point is based on how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's how the teachers run their classes. He walked towards the softball throw obstacle course. These should be familiar to you, correct? The class nodded. The only difference between your middle school sports drills and here is your quirk usage. He noticed the glint in the student's eyes. Use your quirks to bring out the highest score possible. Aizawa's gaze landed on Bakugo. Come throw the ball. He tossed the ball at Bakugo, not giving the boy a chance to refuse. Bakugo calmly walked towards the circle pitch. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Aizawa nodded. Well then, try doing it with your quirk. Once this was said, Bakugo's calm demeanor shifted to a fierce smirk. His palm crackled with energy. Die! Boom! A huge explosion detonated, launching the ball into the air. Multiple shockwaves rippled through the distance. Aizawa remained unfazed and glanced at his tracker. Knowing your limits is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He displayed the results to the entire class, igniting a storm of reactions. 750 meters? Seriously? This looks fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want. Aizawa did not hide the disappointment in his eyes. It looks fun, huh? Shin picked up on the slight annoyance in his tone. He was well aware that Aizawa did not expel them on the spot because they were just kids. If they were grown adults, he likely would have walked out without a word. As a top underground hero, Aizawa had seen the darkest sides of society that even most heroes had not. Most people never had a good reason when they enrolled in hero schools. Many claimed they wanted to help others, but those were often lies. They walked past beggars on the street, ignored charities, and helped the quirkless ads without hesitation. Now those same people would proclaim they wanted to be heroes. Shin glanced at his classmates and sighed inwardly. The only ones he truly respected were Kirishima and Uraraka. He admired Uraraka's reason for being a hero. She wanted to make money so her parents could live a good life. There was nothing shameful in that. He found her honesty to be her most appealing trait, and even though he wasn't a fan of her bubbly personality, he couldn't bring himself to dislike her. As for Kirishima, he admired his will to change. Faced with a villain for the first time, the redhead had shown vulnerability but recognized his flaws and knew that change was needed to save others. Shin was glad that Kirishima didn't let his insecurities hinder his dream. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be expelled. Aizawa's words descended like a decree. The students felt like defendants awaiting their sentence, with Aizawa as the judge controlling their fate. Test 150-meter dash. Standing at the starting line, Ida glanced at the boy beside him. He remembered that this was the person who scored first place on the entrance exam. Although he wasn't sure what quirk Shin possessed, he was confident that no one could top him in terms of speed in Class 1A. I will go all out, Mr. Shin. As the new generation of UA students, let's both do our best not to shame our predecessors in this battle. Shin, it's just a test. Shin shook his head helplessly and spoke with a gentle smile. You can just call me Shin, Ida-kun. Ida was taken aback for a second before nodding in agreement. Well, since we are now classmates, it would indeed be inappropriate to keep addressing a fellow peer so formally. I will try my best to adjust accordingly, Mr. Pardon me, I mean Shin-kun. Shin, I seriously doubt this guy had a social life before you. Regardless of his thoughts, Shin's smile never dropped. I see. Not wanting to hear another rant, Shin bowed his head and silently began charging up Barbado's strength magic to the soles of his feet. On the other side, the class was discussing the first test of the session. Who do you think will win? Azui started the conversation among the girls. Shin-kun. Uraraka said without hesitation, her gaze fixed on the purple-haired boy standing on the track field. Midoriya noticed this and felt his mood drop even lower. Shin's quirk is lightning-based, which is great, but Ida-kun's quirk is obviously more speed-oriented. I don't think. 2.07 seconds. Ida announced. 3.04 seconds. The results were out, and Izuku nearly choked on his saliva when he saw them. Never mind. Aizawa, who was recording the test results, was also shocked by Shin's score. He hadn't expected Shin's speed to surpass that of the Ida family member, known in Japan for their speed. Aizawa couldn't help but smile fondly as he watched Shin being bombarded with questions from Ida. Well, I'm glad he's starting to make friends. If the other UA staff heard Aizawa's words, they would surely complain about this double standard. Wasn't he the one who once scolded the previously expelled Class 1A, saying they weren't in the hero course to make friends? Why did it suddenly not count when Shin was involved? The next test was grip strength. Midoriya held the electric grip in his hand with a determined expression. The last test hadn't gone well, but he was sure this one would be better. He couldn't use his quirk, but after following All Might's training plan, Izuku felt confident he could score higher than some in this test. He closed his eyes and squeezed hard on the grip. Imagine the egg not exploding. He squeezed with all his strength. 56 kilograms. He smiled in relief. A new record. Just as he was about to share the news with Uraraka, an uproar erupted on the other side of the court. 5,000 kilograms. Dude, you're so manly. Izuku froze at those words. He turned around to see Shin surrounded by classmates who were excited about his score. Izuku smiled bitterly and returned to focusing on his own performance. He remembered the lecture he received from All Might after the entrance exam and didn't want to make things worse. Aizawa, on the other hand, silently noted Midoriya's complex feelings about Shin and frowned, tapping his finger on his tracker absent-mindedly. Bakugo stared at the tall figure at the center of the circle. Since the day he saw his name in second place, Katsuki's mental state had changed. He realized he wasn't the best. Unlike in the original timeline, he didn't need Midoriya's intervention for this realization. Just the entrance exam results were enough to humble him. Maybe it was the fact that Shin had never let him walk all over him that made him accept the outcome. His reaction would have been very different if he had seen Deku's name above his, though. But even with all this, something still puzzled Katsuki. How could Shin surpass him with just 12 months of training? This thought scared him. Yes, he was frightened, though he would never admit it. He respected Shin more than anyone else, even more than All Might. Shin was his rival, and what Katsuki wanted most was to surpass him. The class quieted down as they saw Shin close his eyes and begin his chant. Spirit of wrath and heroes, dwell in me. Turn me into a great demon. Ball. Katsuki was taken aback by Shin's words. Spirit? Demon? He watched as Shin was enveloped in a pillar of blue lightning. Once the radiance dimmed, no one could hide their shock. Even the usually aloof student at the back couldn't remain indifferent. Katsuki knew Shin had awakened a lightning quirk after Deku confronted him that day, but he hadn't expected him to transform into a dragon-like humanoid. His purple hair turned bright blue, and his track suit vanished, replaced by scale-like armor, white robes, and golden ornaments. With a dragon tail and claws, he radiated an aura that demanded respect. Even Katsuki involuntarily straightened his posture. Shin raised the ball indifferently and gestured toward the sky. Plasma! A beam of highly concentrated lightning erupted from his palm. Boom! The ball vanished into the distance, creating multiple shockwaves. The wind pressure from the attack was devastating. Trees bent, students lost their balance, and Mineta went flying. It took a while for things to settle down. Once they did, everyone focused on the source of the destruction, Shin. The purple-haired boy looked at them with innocent eyes, as if he had no idea what had just happened. When everyone thought the chaos was over, the tracker results rang out. 3 kilometers. Katsuki was in a daze. 3 kilometers? That was more than triple what he had achieved. At this moment, Katsuki and the frosty boy behind him only had Shin in their sights. One wanted to surpass the boy in front of him, while the other was finally taking notice of this sudden threat. But they weren't the only ones with their own thoughts. At the corner of the school building, a skinny figure with blonde hair was watching the scene intently. Isn't this young man a bit too strong? All Might couldn't help but say. He looked at Midoriya, who stood on the field with a complicated gaze. He sighed. The #1 title is really never easy to get. There will always be a challenge. Midoriya, you have to work harder. Maybe I need to create American Dream Plan 2.0. Dude, that was crazy. Lightning? Where did the lightning come from? Yeah, I thought his quirk was a strength type? Man, take it easy next time. I literally got thrown halfway across the field. And what's up with the transformation? Facing the series of questions from his new classmates, Shin could only show a helpless smile. When did he become an idol? Alright, that's enough. Aizawa's stern voice instantly made the crowd freeze. The rowdy bunch turned obedient in an instant as they quickly lined up once more. When Aizawa saw this, he suddenly felt that he should be softer on the kids. At least they weren't as bad as last year's recruits. Midoriya, you're up. Shin noticed the subtle sharpness in Aizawa's tone when he called Izuku. Not only him, but Izuku felt it too. The greenette was puzzled. How had he offended this familiar-looking hero? Wasn't it his first time meeting him? What he didn't know was that Aizawa had already picked up on his negative feelings towards Shin, especially after witnessing the way he had mocked Shin for being quirkless before the exam. As of now, the Eraser hero's impression of Midoriya was at a frosty 0. With shaky steps, Midoriya walked towards the circle pitch. He stared at the ball in his palm with a nervous gaze, recalling all the events that had taken place that day: the 50-meter dash, grip test, standing long jump, side steps. In all the practical tests, he couldn't even make one high record. At this rate, wasn't he going to be expelled? Just the thought sent a shiver down his spine. If he was sent out of UA, would All Might lose interest in him? Would he take back One for All? Would he give it to someone like Shin? Why was he so different from that guy anyway? Didn't they both have the same starting point? So why did Kaken like him but not me? Was he not good enough? At this point, Midoriya did not notice that he was unconsciously channeling One for All through his arm at an alarming rate, even more than what he had released during the entrance exam. His arm was already bleeding from the condensed power flowing through it. Still blinded by frustration, Izuku raised his arm and swung with all his might. After throwing the ball, Midoriya's face was full of fatigue. He clutched his slightly bruised arm with a hint of surprise. And my arm isn't broken? Could he control One for All now? 46 meters. The results of the tracker sounded. Midoriya thought he had heard it wrong, but after seeing the distraught look on Ida and Uraraka's faces, he knew something was up. He raised his head and got a clear view of the ball lying on the ground a short distance away from him. But I was really trying to use it this time. Izuku didn't understand the situation. It couldn't be that his own quirk was rejecting him, right? I erased your quirk. What? Midoriya looked up and was met with the cold red eyes of his sensei. But what caught his attention wasn't just his eyes or the strange clothing hovering around him. It was the pair of yellow goggles hanging around his neck. It was at that moment that he realized who the man standing before him was. You're the Erasure hero. Eraser Head. Eraser? Never heard of him, Kirishima said, looking at his sensei with confusion. Most likely wondering how an unpopular hero could be the homeroom teacher for UA's hero class. He's an underground hero. He specializes in covert operations as his quirk allows him to erase quirks with just a glance, Shin informed the redhead, his tone a bit smug. The rest of the class stared at their teacher in awe when they heard about his quirk. Man, that's scary, Kaminari said. Yeah, I can't imagine how it would be without my quirk, Siro added. The class mentally noted not to upset their new sensei. Mina noticed this. You seem to like him a lot? He's my favorite hero, Shin announced, revealing his admiration openly. Just as Shin was about to say more, Aizawa's voice sounded. You save one person and become a useless doll afterwards? Midoriya Izuku, you can't become a hero with a power like this. Your favorite hero is a scary man, Kirishima muttered. Shin merely nudged him slightly with his elbow. I see you yearn for expulsion too, Kiri? Kirishima quickly fell silent after that. The class watched as Aizawa released his hold on Midoriya, signaling for the continuation of the test. Some tried cheering him on, while others felt pity, having already deemed him last in their hearts. A few remained indifferent from the beginning to the end. Shin noticed this and couldn't help but sigh. At this point, The class felt like a group of strangers, so it wasn't surprising to see such mixed reactions. On the field, Midoriya stared intently at the softball in his grasp. He was well aware that he couldn't regulate his power yet. One wrong move, and he could become a liability. He was the only one in class not to achieve some kind of heroic score. Should he take the chance and charge up one for all to get a good score now? At least this way he could secure a top score in one of the tests. Midoriya raised his head and sneaked a glance at his homeroom teacher. But I'll most likely lose my qualifications on the spot if I do so. Aizawa looked at the greenette with an indifferent gaze, wondering why Nizu passed this kid. So what if he could blast the zero-pointer away with one punch? Wasn't he disabled right after the punch? If he hadn't been saved by that brown-haired girl, he could have lost his life for sure. Aizawa respected heroism but always drew a line between heroism and recklessness. In his opinion, All Might was reckless, but he had the strength to back it up. Midoriya didn't have that. Since this kid was already showing these tendencies before his official enrollment into UA, Aizawa felt it would be best for him to drop out now rather than end up in a dangerous situation. Aizawa raised his pen, about to cross out Midoriya's name, when a huge blast of air erupted on the field. After a while, the results came in, 705.3 meters. So he still chose to go all out, huh? Even though he anticipated this outcome, Aizawa felt a bit disappointed. But then again, what was he expecting from a kid who couldn't even control his quirk? He sighed, "Go get your arm healed, sensei. I can still move." It was then that Aizawa noticed Midoriya's bruised finger. This kid. The pen that was about to cross out Midoriya's name ceased all movement. Over 700 meters? He finally got a hero-like record. His finger is swelling. What a strange quirk. Not very stylish though. While the class commented on Midoriya's impressive feat, Shin observed the boy with an analytical eye. He had to admit that Midoriya was a genius under pressure. Most wouldn't have thought to focus their power at a single point with someone like Aizawa watching closely. As he praised Midoriya in his mind, the focus of his admiration turned and locked gazes with him. Shin saw the victorious grin on Midoriya's face, and his lips twitched at the sight. Kirishima noticed their silent exchange. "Dude, did you offend that guy?" Shin was silent for a moment before nodding. "He probably thinks I stole his childhood sweetheart from him." Kirishima was taken aback. Shin wasn't joking. He had spent a lot of time thinking about Midoriya's attitude towards him. All conclusions led to the same point: Bakugo Katsuki. Why did Izuku get annoyed when he helped him against Bakugo? Why did he smile when Bakugo attacked him in the halls of Aldra Middle School? When he advised him not to take the UA entrance exam, who was also present? Bakugo. Shin still remembered the dazed look on Midoriya's face when Bakugo announced that he would be his rival. The more Shin thought about it, the more things made sense. Somehow, he had been caught in the middle of a lover's quarrel, which left him feeling quite helpless. It was also the reason why his attitude towards Midoriya had softened a bit. Wasn't it just a jealous teen? Although he didn't like how Midoriya handled his feelings, Shin couldn't hate him. On the other hand, Midoriya noticed the strange emotion in Shin's eyes. What's up with that look? However, he didn't have time to dwell on it for long as the familiar sound of explosions rang out. Deku, what's the meaning of this? Shin thought, hey, isn't this relationship a bit toxic? On a grassy field, a figure could be seen lying on the grass with a frustrated expression. Shin stared at the trees around him with a resentful gaze. I blame myself. Who told me to wish for the tree-hugging Djinn in the first place? His first day at UA had ended about an hour ago. As for the test results, there were no unexpected plot twists. Shin stood at the number 1 spot, Momo came second, Todoroki third, and the list went on until Midoriya's last place. With the exposure of the list, Shin finally realized who was missing from Class 1A, Sugar Man. This meant that someone from Class 1B would most likely lose their position in the hero course. Even after knowing that his arrival had caused someone else to lose their spot, Shin wasn't fazed. He wasn't the type to make excuses for his selfish acts. He wanted to stand at the top, and for that to happen, stepping on others to get there was inevitable. Right now, all he was focused on was how to win over this Djinn. Zagan. I know you hate me. Well, I know you hate humans in general, but just give me a chance, alright? I promise not to use your magic for evil. No matter how dark the world is, I will always strive to be a pillar of light in troubled times. To be the one that outstretches their hand to those in need and never backs down against our oppressors. For your trust, I can swear on my life. Wow, not even that speech could move you, Shin chuckled. I spent a lot of time coming up with that, you know? Well, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. He stared at the blue sky with a rare, soft and genuine smile. I'll prove to you that I can make this world a better place, even without your magic. Shin smirked. All for One won't be able to be as arrogant as he's always been with me around now. As Shin's words dropped, there was a faint rustling of leaves on the tree to his right, but unfortunately, this went unnoticed by the purple-haired boy. In the main cafeteria at UA, Kaminari slouched at the table, feeling exhausted from the mental strain of the morning. Even the food in front of him did not look appealing anymore. Man, I never thought present mixed class would be so boring. Yeah, so far the hero course seems a bit too normal, Siro said, taking a bite of the smoked fish on his plate. I'm starting to miss Aizawa-sensei's threats, Mina chimed in. Hearing her comment, Shin couldn't help giving her a weird look. Mina, are you some kind of MCST? Mina's face suddenly turned a shade of pink. With his high IQ, Shin quickly understood that she was blushing. What are you saying? The table's atmosphere quickly became upbeat, a stark contrast to the other class tables where everyone was still a bit restrained around each other, especially on Class 1B's side. All heads turned unanimously to the sound of laughter. Is that Class 1A? Yes. It was obvious that the mood of Class 1B had dampened quite a lot after hearing the answer. Monoma's mood was the most obvious. Like everyone else, he had tried his best to get into Class 1A. Class 1B wasn't bad, but it always seemed to be in the shadow of Class 1A. Just like how most top heroes were graduates from Class 1A, while Class 1B graduates usually ended up in the mid-tier category. It felt as if they were already being reserved as future permanent sidekicks. This realization made them feel some resentment towards the current Class 1A set in their hearts. They were the same age, and some Class 1B members even scored higher than the current Class 1A group in the entrance exam, so why weren't they there? They had even asked Vlad-sensei this very same question, but all they got in response was, "You'll understand in the future." More unanswered questions kept piling up, and because of that, their impression of Class 1A kept getting lower. Tisich, just a bunch of lucky BSs, Monoma scoffed. Seeing the low mood of the class, Kendo decisively chimed in, "Hey, I remember Midnight Sensei mentioned something about more practical training soon." Really? Will we get to wear costumes? Oh, by the way, Midnight Sensei's hero costume is too lovely, you girls should learn from her. How sinful. Wait, don't point those vines at me. Looking at how most of the class had brightened up, Kendo smiled with satisfaction, selectively ignoring the screams of her classmates. In Class 1A, Kirishima stared blankly at his desk. At this point, he was kind of hoping that Aizawa-sensei would start threatening them again. Maybe Shin was right. Mina was truly an SST, and her tendencies were starting to rub off on him. Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. He looked at Mina, who was chatting happily with her new friend, and picked up on his look. Mina, how did I offend you this time? Kirishima sighed heavily and was about to confide in Shin about this matter. Just after one glance at his purple-haired friend, he was stunned. Although he hadn't known Shin for long, he would have never thought that the usually warm person could show such a cold look. Shin. Kirishima's voice brought Shin back to reality. You all right? Ejiro asked in a low tone to prevent others from picking up on the conversation. Facing the redhead's concerned expression, Shin felt a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. Since he came to this world, this was the first taste of genuine kindness, something he hadn't received even in his last life. A pure friendship. Yeah, I'm fine, just family issues, Shin whispered back. Family? Wasn't Shin an orphan? Kirishima always thought that his friend had no family, hence the reason why he had no last name. But now that seems to not be the case. Just as he was about to inquire more, the class door was abruptly swung open. I am walking in like a normal person. The student's eyes widened involuntarily at the sight of the number one hero. It's All Might. How awesome. He's really a teacher. Here. That's his Silver Age costume. Even the usually stoic student at the back couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Shin had to admit that at this point, All Might's influence was truly unmatched. After living in this Quirk world for years, Shin finally understood how highly this man was regarded by the masses. The crime rate in Japan instantly drops by 20% when he is in the country. He saved hundreds of civilians in under 10 minutes upon his debut and single-handedly stopped a civil war outbreak in America. These achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. Shin respected Toshinori Yagi immensely. I will be teaching hero basics, All Might announced. To lay your foundation, all types of training will be done. And today we will be starting with this. All Might reached into his back pocket in an exaggerated manner that made Shin feel a bit helpless. Battle training. His words immediately sparked excitement among the students. They were finally getting to do some hero training. Along with that with a tap of a button, secret compartments on the classroom walls suddenly sprang open, revealing numbered compartments to everyone. These costumes were made according to your design requests and Quirk registration files you submitted. So once you change, meet me at ground beta. Okay. The class responded eagerly. With this, Class 1A's first battle training experience was finally about to begin. Toshinori stood right outside the building where today's battle training was being held. He stared at the building with a tense expression. If he was being honest, he wasn't the best teacher. He didn't know how to guide or give advice. He could sincerely admit that he was no match for Aizawa in those aspects. If it weren't for the fact that he was looking for a successor when Nizu offered him the job, he would have never taken it. But now, he finally found a successor he deemed worthy enough. I just hope I can help Midoriya control one for all before my time comes to an end. Yes, he was only here for Midoriya. It might seem selfish, but it wasn't that he didn't care about the other students. Just not as much as his successor. Speaking of his successor, Toshinori never thought the normally innocent-looking boy would have so many hidden emotions. He and all the other staff members could still remember the way Midoriya looked at Shin. It was surprising, to say the least. But his attitude did not disgust Toshinori too much. On the contrary, he was a little glad. If before, Midoriya was a squeaky clean, harmless bunny, now he felt more real. As someone who grew up quirkless, Toshinori understood the struggles faced in a society dominated by quirk users. When he first met Midoriya in the alley, his first impression was that the kid seemed a bit fake, desperately trying to live in a fantasy. Toshinori sighed as he remembered those overly eager eyes that stared at him on the building roof. Well, now that I know where his flaws lie, I'm sure I can guide him down the right path, just like his mentor did for him. The sudden sound of footsteps brought Toshinori out of his thoughts. He turned his attention towards the dark tunnel, and when he saw the students, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Flashbacks to his UA days flooded in. He remembered the countless hours spent trying to perfect his first hero costume, with Nana's laughter in the background. He also recalled how that very same costume was heavily scrutinized by Todoroki. Looking back, his taste was questionable, but at least it wasn't as bad as Midnight's. That woman had single-handedly caused the government to implement the Hero Costume Skin Exposure Limitation Act. Shaking his head, Toshinori focused on the oncoming class. Starting from looks is very important, boys and girls. Be aware that from today, you are heroes. All Might scanned the class with a satisfied look. You all look great. Midoriya stood amidst the crowd, catching All Might's attention. That wide smile and those upright hair strands, wasn't this cosplaying him? No, what he should be asking was, is this how I look in your eyes? Toshinori suddenly felt a little insecure. On the other side, Uraraka was scanning the crowd looking for someone. Midoriya's face turned red at the sight of Uraraka's costume. Uraraka-san, your costume looks great. An astronaut-themed suit with your anti-gravity quirk is a good mix. And the helmet can serve as a gas mask and a Shin-kun. Before Midoriya realized what was going on, a blur of brown and pink flashed by his eyes. Uraraka had run off in the direction of Shin, who had just made his appearance on the scene. "Oh hey, Uraraka," Shin said, catching the hint of expectation in her eyes. "Your costume looks good. The astronaut theme goes well with your anti-gravity quirk." Her natural blush deepened. "Oh, thank you." Mineta, who was watching the whole drama unfold, felt a pang of sympathy for Midoriya. He walked towards him and patted his knees to comfort him. "It's all right. You should just focus on finding someone in your league." Midoriya thought, "That doesn't make me feel better." "Shin-kun, your costume is cool, but it's much darker than what I was expecting." Uraraka had a point. Shin originally wanted to pick Sinbad's robes from the anime, but after some contemplation he quickly set that idea aside. He felt that King Sinbad's robes were a bit too impractical for hero work, so he opted for a simple all-black bodysuit armor. It wasn't as flashy as a typical hero costume, but that was the effect Shin wanted. "It's good for undercover operations," Shin explained. "Plus, I think my transformations can serve as a hero costume already." His dark armor bodysuit was equipped with the latest high-tech equipment and materials UA could gather in such a limited time. Even the hidden weapons Shin included were just an extra bonus. Honestly, once he saw them, Shin was taken aback. He wasn't sure of the overall cost, but he knew it was pricey with all the high-tech gadgets and navigation systems built into the suit. He wondered if the school prioritized those they deemed to have more potential or if someone intervened. Something in the back of his mind told him that Aizawa had something to do with it. If he did, Shin wasn't sure how to feel about the whole thing. Clever villains stay in the dark. For this exercise, I'll be separating you all into hero and villain teams, All Might announced. The battle will be a 2 versus 2. Azui asked, "With no basic training?" "This is to learn about those basics. But this time, there are no robots to destroy." Momo inquired, "How do you win or lose?" Bakugo chimed in, "Can I blow it up?" Uraraka asked, "Will you expel us like Aizawa-sensei?" Ida wanted to know, "How will we be split up?" Aoyama added, "Isn't my cape cool?" Facing the onslaught of questions, All Might's face turned paler. Were kids so ruthless now? He was obviously new to this whole teaching thing. Seeing their inquiring gazes, Toshinori did not hesitate any longer. "Luckily, I took this into account," he said, opening the script he had prepared and starting to read out the rules of today's exercise. Shin's sweat dropped at the scene. All Might's image was on the verge of collapse. The opponents will be selected through lots. Once this was said, everyone proceeded to pick their lots. Noticing the intense glare Bakugo was giving Midoriya, Shin guessed they were paired up against each other like in the original timeline. This made him sigh in relief. He really wasn't looking forward to dealing with any excess drama right now. With Bakugo's hot-headedness and Midoriya most likely seeing him as a homewrecker, Shin just wanted a bit of normalcy in his life for a while. Putting aside his thoughts, Shin stepped towards All Might and dipped his hand into the ballot box. The letter he saw on his card made his lips twitch a bit. "I got Team I," Shin announced. "Wow, Shin-kun, we're on the same team." Invisible Girl ran up to him, cheering with her mittens shaking in the air. Shin kept a smile on his face, but his heart was wailing inside. Of all people. He glanced over his shoulder and, as expected, saw a pair of icy blue and gray pupils staring at him like he had wronged them in a past life. Why give me the angsty teen with a tragic backstory and a villain big brother on the loose? Regardless of how much the building shook, Shin remained as still as a monk, calmly looking at the monitor with an unfazed expression. "All Might, you must know that I went to middle school with those two," he pointed at the Bakudeku pair on the monitor. "I can assure you that if you don't at least give them a warning now, one of them will be delivered to you as a casualty at the end of this exercise." His calm tone sent shivers down their spines, and one by one, the severity of the situation began to dawn on them. They really wouldn't end up going that far, right? Toru asked in a shaky voice. Bakugo could set off an explosion of that magnitude at Midoriya without hesitation, and Midoriya, well, he looks ready to win at any cost. I think we remember how unstable his quirk is right now, Shin sighed. Who can say things won't get out of hand the longer this goes on? On the side, Momo nodded in agreement. This is a very valid point, but sensei, I believe ending the exercise altogether would be the best course of action. All Might clenched his fist. He knew what the students were saying was correct, but if he stopped the exercise, wouldn't that cut off Midoriya's growth? For some reason, he felt that these two boys needed this confrontation. There was a nagging feeling inside him that told him if they stopped things here, this feud would only deepen. Young Bakugo, if you set off an explosion like that once more, the exercise will end here with your loss. Guess I'll just take you out the old way, you didn't Deku. Toshinori thought, that this is for the best, right? Seeing All Might's actions, Shin glanced at the pro hero one last time before falling silent and facing the monitor once more. He was already aware that All Might would not end the battle. The only reason he tried intervening in the first place was not to look out of place. It was well known by the UA staff that he and the childhood sweethearts graduated from Aldra together. Wouldn't it be a bit strange if he remained indifferent after watching Bakugo set off such an explosion at Midoriya? Especially after noticing the cameras in the corners of the observation lounge. Who's to say Nizu would not observe their first battle training? Thinking of this, Shin sighed inwardly. The job of an actor was really taxing. He suddenly had newfound respect for people in that occupation. I'm kinda glad we weren't paired up against that guy, Toru muttered under her breath. The monitor constantly displayed Bakugo's rage-filled demeanor as he scurried through the halls in search of Midoriya, who was busy running as if his life depended on it. Looking at this scene, Shin shook his head helplessly, such an unhealthy relationship. Minutes passed, and the end result remained unchanged. Midoriya won, but at the cost of extensive care in the infirmary for the rest of the day. Bakugo lost and seemed to have something crack within him. Whether it was his pride or his worldview, no one knew for sure. But it was evident that Katsuki was currently in a state of self-reflection. What changes this self-reflection would bring about, only time would tell. Regardless of the two's current changes, it had nothing to do with Shin. His only concern was how to protect the papier-mâché bomb in front of him. So it's really made out of paper? Toru knocked on the surface of the paper bomb. Looks too realistic though. Shin chuckled at the invisible girl. Honestly, he thought she would be a more annoying choice to be paired with, but she wasn't necessarily bad company. It was just that her quirk might not be very well suited for the elemental battle that was about to take place. He needed to make sure she didn't get hurt while at least contributing to the battle. After a moment of contemplation, he called her over. Hagakure, this is what we will do. Looks like Shin has a plan. Mina exclaimed. Remember the beam of lightning he used to shoot the ball far during the quirk assessment test? Uraraka chimed in. Well, he did get first place. Hey, don't forget Todoroki's ice quirk is also very powerful. Yes, but can't Shin just blast it away? Todoroki's quirk isn't limited to only ice, though. The voice of All Might brought the students out of their heated debate. What do you mean, sensei? Kirishima asked. Young Todoroki's hair is the best example. All Might enlarged the monitor screen that displayed Shoto standing outside the building with Shoji by his side. White for ice and red for fire. The room erupted in chatter upon hearing the news. Todoroki also possessed a fire quirk? 2 quirks. At this time, some of the students who still looked down on Todoroki fell silent. And those who thought they could put up a strong fight against him also followed suit. Although they hadn't witnessed his full capabilities yet, just the mention of his dual elements was enough to humble them. Meanwhile, Shin's friends couldn't help but feel panicked. Wasn't Shin in big trouble? Especially looking at the cold look on Todoroki, it was obvious he didn't come to play. Is he going to be okay? Uraraka asked All Might. All Might laughed loudly. Don't worry, it's just an exercise, not a real battle, and besides. Toshinori looked at Shin's monitor with a deep look. From what I've observed, your classmate is pretty strong and quite quick to adapt. A bit too quick. Especially for someone his age. All Might kept this extra thought to himself. Unaware of being the center of conversation, Todoroki stared at the building in front of him with an icy look. He remembered the purple-haired boy who scored first place in the entrance exam this year. He also heard from Endeavor that his score had surpassed All Might's. Being the first person to accomplish such a feat, Shoto was sure it wouldn't take long for this news to reach the press somehow. That bunch always found a way to slither in. Some even managed to discover Endeavor's true nature after finding out that his mother was forced into a mental hospital. The only reason the Flame Hero's deeds hadn't been exposed was because of the heavy load of hush money he had to bribe them with. They're both on the 4th floor and one is barefoot. Shoji informed Todoroki of their opponents' locations. Shoto nodded. Stay outside, it's dangerous here. He walked inside the building with a calm demeanor. No matter what their strategy is. His palm exuded a frosty aura as he placed it on the surface of the wall to his right. It's useless. The next second, ice spread from his palm to the surrounding walls and quickly branched out at a rapid pace, eventually engulfing the entire building. In less than a minute, the whole structure was transformed into an urban frozen palace. Bakugo watched as the building he had just exited was encased in ice in less than a minute. His eyes widened in shock, and his already low mental state plummeted further. First, Deku had beaten him, and now Todoroki had unleashed such an overwhelming move. Could he even put up a fight against that? More importantly, what would Shin do in this situation? He stared at the purple-haired boy on the monitor with focused eyes, determined not to look away for even a second. He wanted to see how vast the gap between them truly was. Toru shivered in the cold surroundings. How did you know he would launch such an attack? Earlier, Shin had instructed her to jump when he said so. Though perplexed at the time, she obeyed. It was just a jump, she had nothing to lose. Coming from the strongest person in their class, she assumed he had a plan. However, she hadn't expected the entire room to be doused in ice right after All Might started the exercise. When the cold sensation of ice touched her bare feet, a chill ran down her spine. If she hadn't listened to Shin, would she have become a human popsicle? It was in that moment that she began to take the battle training seriously. I guessed. Todoroki looks like the straightforward type, Shin said, lying without hesitation. Toru was speechless for a moment. He guessed. How much battle insight did he have? If Shin knew her thoughts, he would probably tell her that knowing the plot was the best insight ability. Only Sir Nightai's foresight quirk could rival it. Shin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the Magoi in the air. His training with Zagan had not been yielding results, so he seized this opportunity to work on something else he had in mind, Magoi sensing. By releasing some of the Magoi in his body into the surrounding air, he could perceive everything his Magoi came into contact with. This ability addressed one of Shin's weaknesses, perception. Even with his eyes closed, he could still see everything, from Toru's slight shivers to the frozen ant in the corner of the room. He could even sense Todoroki and Shoji's movements on the ground floor. Magoi sensing was impressive, but unlike the sensory ninjas in Naruto or observation hockey in One Piece, the energy Shin used in his body was entirely different from the energy of the world. In this world, Quirk users shared a similar Quirk energy, which allowed them to wield their supernatural abilities. While the system had altered Shin's Djinn powers to a Quirk-like existence, his energy came from the Magoi in his body. He was still uncertain whether the Quirk energy in this world converted into Magoi when entering his body or if the Magoi energy came directly from the Djinn world. Hagakure, can I leave Shoji to you? Toru noticed the seriousness in Shin's eyes and felt a subconscious urge to retreat. But before she could move, she stopped. What was she doing? Wasn't this her chance? Although no one had said anything, she had always felt self-conscious about her low rank during the Quirk assessment test. Out of the 20 students in Class 1A, she ranked 18th, just above Midoriya and Mineta. One broke his body every time he used his quirk, and the other was a pervert. It was no surprise she felt insecure about her rank. Her position was a constant reminder of her quirk's lack of combat ability. But even with a quirk best suited for stealth, she had managed to surpass many combat quirk users during the practical entrance exam. And despite her confusion, she had been placed in Class 1A. So even if she wasn't sure if she could take on a strong classmate like Shoji alone, she was determined to give her best. She had to prove to herself and everyone that she truly deserved this spot. Yes, she affirmed, ready to rise to the challenge. Meanwhile, Todoroki sighed at the sight of yet another dead end. He regretted telling Shoji to wait outside. If he had been there, wouldn't they have reached the bomb room by now? The building's interior structure was perplexingly complex. Was it because of the battle training? Endeavor had been right about one thing. UA took their practical exercises to the extreme. He had heard there were giant mecha robots in every battle city for the entrance exams this year, and that Shin had taken one out in a single shot. His eyes narrowed at the thought of this unexpected variable. He hadn't anticipated anyone in class could surpass him in a test. Well, there was Yaoyorozu, but he didn't see her as a threat. Her quirk was rare but more suited for support than direct combat. In a direct confrontation, Todoroki was confident he could take her down. But Shin was different. If it were just his lightning ability, Todoroki wouldn't be so concerned. It's just that there was something off about that purple-haired classmate. Anytime Todoroki looked into those golden pupils, he felt on guard. It was obvious that his classmate was the gentle type, but for some reason, Todoroki sensed a subtle air of indifference around him, especially when they locked gazes during the ballot selection earlier. It frustrated him. Was he looking down on him? Or did he not even see him? Shoto sighed as he placed his palm on the wall covered in ice in front of him. Should I just blast my way through? Todoroki-san, you should really pay more attention to your surroundings. Shoto turned around sharply. Upon seeing the figure of his purple-haired classmate, he wasted no time in powering up his quirk. A frosty sensation emitted from his palm and spread throughout the spacious hallway. Ice spikes sprouted from both sides of the wall, approaching Shin at a rapid pace. The attack was quite fierce. But even so, Shin was unmoved, continuing to walk forward unhurriedly. If one couldn't see the incoming spikes, they would be convinced he was just out on a stroll. In the observation room, All Might's mouth twitched at the familiar scene. If he remembered correctly, this Shin boy had also been very nonchalant during the entrance exam. Watching the calm boy not caring about the approaching spikes made All Might's heart shudder at the thought of the consequences if Shin failed to dodge. Just when he reached for his mic, ready to stop the battle, Aman. In an instant, the ice chamber was doused in flames. As someone well acquainted with Endeavor, All Might could sense the power of the flames from just the screen monitor alone. The ice in the observation room evaporated at an alarming rate, solid proof of the intensity. Todoroki used his fire. I knew he wouldn't seriously launch such deadly spikes at Shin like that. Yeah, if Shin got hurt, things would have really gotten out of hand. Bakugo and Midoriya's battle was enough overkill for one day. As the rest of the students discussed, Bakugo remained silent. Shin lost? Katsuki didn't believe it. As someone who could hold his own in a fight, especially without a quirk at the time, Katsuki could vouch for Shin's ability. He could even say with confidence that no one understood the purple-haired boy's battle tendencies better than him. Agility, battle awareness, instinct. Shin was on par with him, even surpassing him in some aspects, although Katsuki would never openly admit it. So hearing the class announce Shin's easy defeat, Katsuki paid no mind to the chatter and continued to focus on the foggy monitor. Oi, everyone shut up and watch. The class quieted down and looked at the monitor once more, selectively ignoring Bakugo's comment. The steam blocking the view soon cleared up. Most already had a final outcome in their hearts but were who knew that the next scene would shock her even more. Toru let go of the pole, taking a deep dive through the air like a sharp arrow. In the next second, before anyone could respond, she executed a fierce twirl, striking Shoji down with the momentum in her right foot. A dark metallic dart was exposed under the bright sunlight. Swish. She stabbed down without hesitation. The sudden violence made everyone in the control room gasp. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the cheerful girl during the moments they weren't paying attention. Why had she turned into a fierce combatant? Shoji was taken aback by the unexpected ambush. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation, freezing him in place. He instinctively looked up, only to see the sharp object descending toward him at lightning speed. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't react in time. Seconds passed, but no pain came. Shoji glanced at the shattered dart on the concrete beside him and fell silent. He looked at the invisible girl with annoyance. Isn't this just a class exercise? Why is everyone in this class so extreme? Toru blushed. This. She stared at her classmate beneath her with a flustered expression. If I told you it wasn't on purpose, would you believe it? Shoji quickly morphed a wing from his neck and swung it at her. A loud scream accompanied by a cracking sound on the building wall was heard. Toru clutched her back in pain. Guess not. Seeing Shoji getting up, Toru panicked. She had wasted her shot. Not only had she lost her only weapon, but she also lost the initiative. Her invisibility quirk was labeled as a stealth type for a reason. The element of surprise was a one-time use. Staring into Shoji's fierce eyes, she knew he didn't plan on sparing her. DMN it. Understanding that her chances were slim, Toru raised both hands above her head. Okay, you got me. She swung the capture tape around to signal her surrender. You give up? Shoji asked. Yeah. I'm not stupid. It's obvious what the outcome would be if we fought one-on-one. Shoji knew she was right but felt a bit disappointed. These city folks really gave up easily. As someone who had been an outcast for most of his life because of his mutations, he had grown to disdain those who took their privileges for granted. They didn't have to face the looks of contempt or worry about losing everything overnight. Lost in thought, Shoji bent down to pick up his capture tape before making his way toward Hagakure. Just wrap it around my wrist. I'm not wearing any clothes right now. Huh? Not wearing clothes? In that moment, realization clicked in Shoji's mind, and the red hue on his face was evident even with his mask on. He nodded, feeling uncomfortable about the situation, and was about to reach out to bind her with his capture tape when a glass shard suddenly flew at him like a rocket, grazing his neck. Shoji winced in pain as he retreated a few steps. At that moment, Hagakure appeared in front of him like a ghost, crouched down and sweeping her foot at his feet, taking him down. Bam! Shoji's body lost balance and fell to the ground. The whole set of actions took less than a minute, shocking both Shoji and the rest of the class observing the confrontation. Their previous CNCPTN of the seemingly ordinary invisible girl began to shift. Tur was right. Even if the students did not say anything, most did not see her as a threat. She couldn't really blame them. In the face of overwhelming strength, invisibility did not seem like much. But after watching Hagakure's fight, they realized their previous thoughts were naive. Agility, endurance, battle tactics. Hagakure clearly surpassed many of her peers in these aspects. Shoji was on the ground for the second time that day, realizing he had underestimated her. He held his bleeding neck and stared blankly at the glass fragment on the concrete beside him, his mind racing. How had she concealed the glass from him? Wasn't she invisible? Drip. With his heightened senses, Shoji instantly picked up the abnormal sound in the dead silent street. He focused on the conspicuous crimson puddle of blood beside Hagakure's left foot. Wasn't he the one injured? Why was she bleeding more than him? He stared at the glass shard, now completely dyed red, and finally understood. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impaled yourself? Toru had embedded the glass fragment deep into the flesh of her palm. Her invisibility quirk concealed her body perfectly. In a way, one could say that the best hiding spot for her was her internal body. Shoji could only stand there in horror as the situation settled in. What was wrong with this city folk? This was just a class exercise. I made a promise to that purple head upstairs, she said, and to myself, that I won't lose. So sorry for playing dirty, but I can't afford to run away right now. Shoji sighed and quickly composed himself. I see. Well, this time I won't be letting down my guard. Swish, his words fell silent as he watched the capture tape in Toru's hands swaying wildly in the air as it ran farther into the distance. Shoji, what happened to not running away? If Toru could hear his thoughts, she would definitely pout and complain. Did she look that brainless? She lost the battle initiative once and somehow managed to pull off a second ambush out of desperation. Although she had tricked him twice, Toru was still very much aware of her situation. Looking at her bruised and battered state, she decisively packed her things and ran. Why should she wait and seek defeat? Back on the upper floors of the building, Shin looked at the ice shards in surprise. Although the scale of destruction was small compared to his own Ice Djinn's ability, he admired the high schooler in front of him. To accomplish such a feat at a young age should not be underestimated. If Shin hadn't wished for the battle experience of the former Djinn holders, he would definitely be behind the boy in front of him. Thinking of his smart decision, Shin couldn't help but mentally pat himself on the shoulder once more. "You're ignoring me?" He almost forgot about Todoroki. Shin focused part of his attention back on him, while the rest of his mind wandered. Todoroki noticed this, and his face darkened the longer he looked. "Why?" This question got Shin's attention. He slowly lowered the finger that was playing with the ice spike beside him and looked straight into Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes. His gaze was filled with unrestrained indifference. "Why would I take someone who isn't giving their all seriously?" His cold tone stunned both Todoroki and All Might, who were listening in on the conversation. Shin did not care about his classmates' unease and walked toward Todoroki, not stopping until he was directly in front of him. "Todoroki, it's been 10 minutes since this exercise began." With a single finger raised, Shin asked, "Give me one good reason why you've been wasting my time." In the corner of the control room, Bakugo stared at Shin on the monitor with a dazed look. He couldn't hear the conversation between them, but from Shin's mannerisms and gestures, Katsuki suddenly had flashbacks to the day Shin had thoroughly disciplined him back in the hallways of Aldera. He shifted uncomfortably in his place as he recalled the event, subtly peering around until he sighed with relief. "At least no one here witnessed my black history." "What was that, Bakugo?" Kaminari asked. "Mind your business, extra." Shin looked at the teenager in front of him with a hint of pity. But at the end of the day, that was all. Just a hint. He knew that suppressing himself would not only harm him but also implicate those around him the longer this went on. The faster he got over his trauma, the more advantage the hero side would have in future battles with Shigaraki and All For One. "You hate your fire side so much?" "It's not mine." "Oh, then whose is it?" "Your father's." Shin smiled helplessly. "Does your father have control over the flames you produce? Or does your mother have control over the ice you've been launching at me all this while?" "Todoroki, I don't know what drama is going on at home, but there's one thing you should let sink in after today." A wave of fire erupted from Shin's body once more, its magnitude ferocious and unrestrained. At that moment, Shin didn't care whether he gave Todoroki another scar or not. In battle, all that matters is your dedication. Anything else is a distraction and should be taken as secondary. If you can't even do this much, then you aren't worthy of becoming a hero. Shin's words were cold and direct, each sentence hitting Shoto like a punch to the chest. His pupils dilated as his mind raced. Was he wrong all this time? What were all those years of training and resentment for? Just to be confronted like this during his first serious battle? No, he couldn't let Shin get to him. "He sent you, didn't he?" Shin remained silent. Sure enough, the mind of a conspiracy theorist worked differently. "Shin? Shin, you there?" At the sudden voice from Toru, Shin stopped talking and launched a flame attack at her. "Yeah, I'm here." "Haha, my sneak attack failed," Toru breathed, already aware thanks to her Magoi sensing. Shin swung his sword at the incoming ice pillar before responding calmly, "Then we'll move on to plan B." "Roger, ick." The sound of something crashing was very apparent through the mic. Boss, I have to go now." It's a bit scumbag to be talking to a man while having an appointment with another. Shin sighed, wondering if this teammate was really reliable. Meanwhile, Toru ran down the damp hallways, sometimes sliding to boost her speed. Sensing danger, she instinctively dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding a thin pole aimed at her. She turned to face her attacker with an aggrieved look. "I only slashed your throat, aren't you going too far?" Shoji felt like his heightened senses were a drawback. Hearing that comment was a bit much for a simple guy like him. Without replying, he focused on catching up to her. Toru saw this and started sliding down the hallway again, dashing up a flight of stairs. She wasn't in the best state. In fact, she was close to collapsing. Her bruises and cuts would make anyone avert their eyes. Unlike Midoriya, her quirk provided no additional durability, only invisibility. Every blow she took during her confrontations with Shoji was taxing on her. She grit her teeth and continued her search for the last flight of stairs. The building layout was complicated, as All Might had said villains usually made their hideouts hard to navigate to thwart heroes. It was a wise tactic, but why make her go through all this running? After they won this exercise, Shin owed her some milk tea. Shin was getting a bit tired of toying with Todoroki. But when he locked gazes with those resentful eyes, he felt a twinge of pity. "Guess rebirth has made me soft, huh?" he said. "Don't worry, I'm not lacking money, Todoroki." Shoto didn't believe it, and who could blame him? Throughout his childhood, his father had tried to buy off people close to him to convince him to use his left side. Now seeing his new classmate trying the same thing brought back unwanted memories. "Then why?" Shin spoke bluntly. "I just can't stand how pitiful you look." Pitiful? What did he mean by that? Seeing Shoto's confusion, Shin sighed as he sliced through another ice pillar. "You know you're very contradictory. You talk about rejecting your father, but in reality, you're just rejecting yourself. Quirks belong solely to a specific individual. If your father could have your ice, do you really think there would be a need to bother with you? You wish to break free, but at the end of the day, you became SLV to your own ideology." Shin stopped and sighed. "If that isn't pitiful, then I don't know what is." His words hit home. Shoto stood there, staring blankly at his classmate. He remembered his mother's fear-stricken face as she looked down at him, the boiling water dousing him without hesitation, all because his left side reminded her of that man. "And you want me to use that man's power?" The hallway fell silent. Shoto remained still, the stinging pain on his cheek as hot as ever. Shin slowly lowered his palm. "Todoroki, it's your quirk, is it not?" Shoto raised his eyes to meet Shin's golden orbs. "Do you want to be a hero? A hero? All Might is so cool. Okay-san, can I be like him too?" "Of course, Shoto." Shoto pursed his lips, his voice a bit choked. "Yes, I do." Shin smiled. "Actions speak louder than words, Todoroki." Like SWH was pressed, unrestrained streams of flames and ice erupted. In the middle of the chaos, Shoto showed a long-lost smile. "You know, in this state all my drawbacks are practically non-existent. Shouldn't you be worried?" Shin smiled helplessly at the brat's reminder and joked, "Don't get cocky. The final outcome of the battle is still unknown." After saying this, Shin powered up his flames, the scale much more devastating than before. The sight thoroughly shocked Shoto. His lips twitched. This guy was going easy on me the whole time. Seeing his ice melting rapidly, Shoto's confidence dropped a bit. But since things had gotten this far, he couldn't back down now. He grit his teeth and went all out, giving his all in this final attack. Shin did not disappoint and also released his flames at Shoto. Two elemental forces clashed. The atmosphere was tense, but at that moment, Shin uttered some unexpected words that threw Shoto off. "Hagakure, jump now." "Ha!" Toru stood on the rooftop with shaky legs. Her breathing was uneven, and her eyes looked dull. Shoji, standing on the opposite side, could clearly hear her weak breaths. "You can't move anymore." He had to admit that this girl truly shocked him. Even now, on the verge of collapse, she still refused to back down. It made him realize that perhaps his earlier views were a bit biased. Even after leaving the slums and moving to the city, the people here were more accepting of mutant quirks than back home. Of course, there were still many who held prejudices, but there were some good ones out there, just like his current classmates. "Let's stop, all right?" Shoji sighed and proceeded to walk towards her, the capture tape in hand. Toru smiled helplessly. Ever since she got her quirk, people had always advised her to give up. She wanted to be a hero too, meant it. Seeing Shoji getting closer, Toru's heart sank. Was she really going to lose? After everything? To be honest, she really couldn't accept it. She didn't want to, and that's why. Hagakure, jump now. When Shin's command came in, she obeyed without hesitation. Shoji's eyes widened at the sight of her movements. He ran forward with a speed he didn't know was possible and desperately stretched his hand towards her. Sorry, Shoji-kun, but I want to win. Toru's eyes had always been sharp. Once there was an opening, she would never let it slip by easily. She quickly took out her capture tape and wrapped it around his wrist. Swoosh, Toru dived through the air. The sight of the scenery below, her heart shuddered. She secretly complained about her stubborn nature. But alas, it was too late to regret. Boom! Just as she lamented her short-lived life, a loud explosion came suddenly. She quickly closed her eyes, trying not to let the incoming flames swallow her whole. Toru really thought she was finished this time but was caught off guard when she was brought into a tight embrace. As Shin, the color scheme was different, but those striking facial features were the same. Shin smiled fondly at the girl in his arms, still surprised that she actually listened to him. You did good. Hearing the sudden praise, Toru felt like all her efforts were worth it. Exhaustion seeped into her bones, and her vision grew hazy. Before everything went dark, she managed to see Todoroki slowly slump to the ground. Villain team wins. Hearing this, Toru finally relaxed. She closed her eyes with a contented smile on her lips. Todoroki looked at the ceiling in a daze. The scent of disinfectants permeated the air, and the white-themed room was very impactful. He looked down at his casted body and let out a long sigh. So I used my fireside, huh? Now that the previous adrenaline rush had calmed down, Shoto was able to think straight. He remembered the sensation of finally letting his flames loose. Why? Why did he feel guilty yet so happy at the same time? Was he doing the right thing? These were the flames that had caused his mother pain and had taken his elder brother's life. Was it really all right to use them? Don't think so hard, you'll get wrinkles early. Shoto turned his head abruptly to the right, wincing at the pain that shot through his neck. Shin. Yup, Shin replied nonchalantly as he took a slice of the apple he had peeled. Seeing the look of confusion on Todoroki's face, Shin felt he needed to clarify some things. You're in the infirmary, he paused before adding, you lost. Shoto sighed. I know. To me. Shoto. Now he was seriously questioning whether this guy was just here to rub it in. To someone whose quirk only awakened a year ago. Shoto's eyes widened at the revelation. A year ago? Was that even possible? Hard to believe, but it's true, Shin said, dropping the knife on the tray and reaching for another slice of apple with a toothpick. I know your quirk might be a touchy subject for you, but at the end of the day, if you can save a life with it, he shoved the fruit into Shoto's mouth, isn't that what truly matters? Todoroki fell silent as he let his classmates' words sink in. Shin noticed this and felt like he had persuaded enough. After getting along with Shoto for a while now, Shin had gained a better understanding of him. He was a bit rash but not unreasonable. As long as you weren't speaking nonsense and he wasn't in an emotional state, it was possible to reason with him. That's why Shin decided not to push him too much. After all, he had already succeeded in making him use his fireside once. All the guy needed was a little push in the right direction. Shin. Yeah. Thank you. Shin smiled softly. No problem, Frosty. I ship it. The warm atmosphere was shattered by those 3 words. Both boys turned their heads towards the sound and saw Toru waving her bandaged hands in the air. With Shin's Magoi sensing currently active, he could make out the silhouette of the girl doing a silly dance with her hands. Speak less, Shin smacked her head without mercy. Ouch. Toru rubbed her head. Don't you know how to be gentle with a girl? Shin smirked. I do. Then, exactly what I mean. I'm only gentle with girls. Todoroki looked at the two bickering with a rare smile. He glanced out the window and, for the first time in 11 years, he felt like the world was bright. Midoriya had just finished his first of many lecture sessions with Recovery Girl and was currently making his way back to class. He let out a long sigh as he lamented his fate. I skipped all the noon lessons. Aizawa-sensei is going to be so mad. Oh well, as long as he didn't bring up the expulsion threat again, Izuku felt like he could handle anything. A few internal dialogues later, he was once again face to face with the Class 1A door. Thinking of Bakugo's glaring eyes, Izuku hesitated for a moment before opening the door. The once noisy class became silent upon his entry but soon erupted once more. "Deku-kun, you're back!" Uraraka exclaimed. "Your punch was as cool as ever." She stared at him with stars in her eyes. Feeling her hot gaze on him, Midoriya's face quickly turned beet red. "As expected of you, Midoriya," Ida nodded with a smug smile. If one didn't know better, they'd think his son had just gotten first place at some competition. Seeing the proud fatherly demeanor, Izuku smiled warily, feeling a little helpless. "Ida-kun." "Huh." His words faltered at the sight of the empty seat. His pupils shrank, and a wave of panic washed over him. "Ida-kun, Uraraka-san. Where is Kaken?" "Bakugo?" "He left. We tried stopping him, but he didn't listen." "Ah? Deku-kun, where are you going?" Seeing her green-haired friend running down the hall all of a sudden, Uraraka was left confused. "Don't mind it. I think he and Bakugo-san have some things to sort out," Ida comforted. "Yeah." Meanwhile, the greenette in question was so busy running down a flight of stairs that he had no time to think of anything else. His childhood friend's words during the hero training exercise still lingered in his mind. "Hey, you were deceiving me, right?" No, he hadn't. "You were enjoying it, huh?" "No, Kaken, I wasn't." All he wanted was to be able to walk shoulder to shoulder with his friend once more, but from the looks of it, he just made things worse. As for why he was in such a hurry to talk things out with Kaken, for some reason, Izuku had a nagging feeling that if he let Kaken walk through the gates of UA without settling things with him today, things between them would never be the same again. He would lose him. He didn't know how he knew this, but he was certain of it. It was because of this feeling that, immediately upon seeing the figure of the blonde, he screamed with all his might, "Kaken!" "Huh!" Bakugo's steps halted, and he slowly turned his head to face him. Emerald orbs met scarlet ones. They both stood silent for a while, each having their own complex thoughts. They were so deep in thought that the group watching from the school entrance surprisingly went unnoticed by the two. Alas, love is harder than fighting villains, Shin thought to himself. Oh yeah, where is Kaminari? He suddenly remembered the blonde who said he would hang out with them after school. Hearing his question, Kirishima showed a wry smile. He said Uraraka made his heart beat, so he plans to make her take responsibility. Shin. Sure enough, the blonde was hopeless. He couldn't be saved. Staring at the UA entrance gate, a middle-aged woman stood frozen for a while. Just the price of the gate alone made her shudder. And to think her son attended such a school. Megumi thought back to her once quirkless child, and the rage in her heart could hardly be suppressed. That white-eyed wolf. This old lady carried you for 9 months, and you don't even repay her? Thinking of all her hard work over the years, Megumi felt aggrieved. The picture of Shin's fearless face as he signed the papers and walked out of the house resurfaced in her mind. Sure enough, her second child had inherited his father's genes. No wonder he had gotten bolder. Turns out he had already awakened his quirk. If not, how else could he be so fearless? The feeling of being tricked by someone she looked down on made her uncomfortable. It was like the little employee you used to bully at work suddenly becoming your boss the next day. The abrupt change of class would be hard for anyone to accept. Hinami in the back seat was a little hesitant. "Mom, I don't think this is a good idea." Unlike her parents, Hinami had a better sense of intuition. Just from the look her elder brother gave her after he found out she was the one to spread the news of him being kicked out, Hinami knew that the chances of him forgiving her were dangerously thin. If it was before, Shin would have ignored her but never left her to suffer when in trouble. Now, however, Hinami had a vague feeling that his heart would remain indifferent no matter what happened to her. This revelation made her panic a bit. It would have been fine if Shin was still a quirkless nobody, but who was he now? He was this year's UA top scorer. The world's #1 hero school. From the moment he became a student here, his future achievements were beyond doubt. It seemed that he and her family would never belong to the same world again. Moreover, She was well aware of how much the Kobayashi family had wronged Shin over the years. If she were in his place, Hinami knew she would never let them go once she gained enough influence. So why did Shin not retaliate against them? Hinami tapped her fingers on the car's seat repeatedly. Perhaps he still has a soft spot for us? She looked out her window and saw her big brother talking to a red-headed boy with a gentle smile and fell into thought. It must be so. After all, Shin had always craved family affection. How could he have the heart to retaliate against them? The more she thought of it, the more it made sense. A smug smile bloomed on her lips and her gaze became eager. Mom, let's go down and see Big Brother. Be sure to be gentle and don't. Just as her palm touched the car door, the air grew heavy. The temperature dropped by several degrees, and they all shivered. Beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. For what felt like hours, Hinami finally managed to glance at her mother beside her, only to realize that she had already passed out. The sense of suffocation grew heavier, and her sight began to blur. Before everything went dark, the picture of familiar cold amber eyes peering over her was all she could see. At the entrance gate of UA, two boys with distinct hair colors walked side by side. Kirishima was talking with Shin about today's battle training results when a sense of uneasiness washed over him. Hey, did you feel that? Shin's expression froze for half a second before returning to normal, his smile even gentler than before. What was that? Never mind. Must be nothing. In the dark bedroom, long purple hair was spread across the bedsheets. Defined facial features were bathed in the light of the moon. Amber eyes that usually carried a faint sense of indifference were now filled with unease. He remained motionless for a while before eventually adjusting his position to lay on his side. A low sigh escaped his lips. I should have been more careful. The scene of what occurred at the UA entrance gate flashed in his mind once more. Just as he had bypassed Midoriya and Bakugo, who were in the middle of an emotional showdown, he caught a glimpse of a group of people he had long forgotten, his predecessors' family members. What these people, who clearly had no business with UA, were doing there was obvious. Just one look at his little sister revealed the greed in their eyes. Honestly, the sight of these people really irritated him. Although he wasn't the original Shin, he had still lived with them for quite a while after taking over this body. During that time, Shin lived a degrading life, which only deepened his pity for his predecessor. That poor boy had been pushed to the point of despair by his own family members. In Shin's eyes, the Kobayashi family was no different from a villain group, probably even worse. Most villains still have the benefit of the doubt due to how society failed them, but the Kobayashi family did not. There was no tragic backstory, no mental illness, no unexpected plot twist, just the cruel result of a family with depressingly low moral standards. That was why, when he saw them in the car that evening, it was hard to suppress his annoyance. Without much hesitation, he let out some bloodlust toward the two in the front seats. This was possible due to Shin's inheritance of the former Djinn holders' memories. Although most of the former holders were good people from an outside perspective, it couldn't be denied that the blood they shed in their lifetimes was heavy. Even though Shin had never taken a life, the memories allowed him to experience that feeling. Perhaps this was the downside of inheriting their memories? Sometimes it was hard to tell what was real and what was not, like an actor who becomes so immersed in their role that they lose touch with reality. He only intended to scare off the mother-daughter pair in the car but did not expect to attract Kirishima's attention. Shin was sure that he had only directed it at those two, yet his red-headed friend still picked up on it. This made him confused for a while, but it also made him realize something. Kirishima's instincts were keener than he expected. Probably because of the villain incident that occurred during his middle school? Well, no matter, this wasn't a bad thing. At least he'd be able to sense dangers ahead of time. Thinking of this, Shin finally relaxed, closed his eyes, and welcomed the drowsiness. Man, those reporters are crazy, he exclaimed, looking at Kirishima, who was breathing heavily and adjusting his rumpled uniform. Shin's lips twitched. What happened to your keen instincts? Did you know I spent so much time hyping you up last night? Yesterday's relief quickly faded, replaced by a hint of blame. Kirishima raised his head and noticed Shin's expression. What did I do this time? He wondered. Before he could ask, Mina entered the room. Kirishima, I saw how those reporters swallowed you whole. His face heated up in embarrassment. Not funny, Mina. Yeah, it was crazy. I felt like some kind of celebrity, Toru chimed in. The kind with low visibility. Without even looking back, Toru knew who that jab came from. Shin, kneel for me. Seeing the floating school uniform getting closer, Shin quickly fled his seat. Get back here, you coward. Todoroki, sitting in the back row, watched the two with a calm expression, as if this was all expected. He lifted his thermos and took a sip of the green tea his sister prepared for him. Aizawa's lips twitched at the sight of the three. Weren't they just at each other's throats yesterday? Now they seemed like best friends. Teens are strange. He let out a long, tired sigh, successfully getting the attention of the class. All right, settle down. Let's review yesterday's battle exercises. The atmosphere grew tense. Aizawa shuffled through the documents in his hand. I reviewed the video clips and your test scores. Most of you did well, and I'm glad. The students' faces brightened, and the gloomy atmosphere lifted. However, a few of you went overboard. The dark shadow returned. Bakugo, you launched an explosion that even villains wouldn't dare to use so boldly. And at a comrade, no less. Aizawa peered down at the unruly blonde. After witnessing Bakugo's actions, Shota had considered expelling him on the but just as he crossed out Bakugo's name from his register, he received a call from Nizu. The principal already knew his plans and advised him against it. Bakugo's actions were undeniably wrong, and he should not be allowed to remain at UA. Just when Aizawa thought Nizu would provide an excuse to let Bakugo stay, the principal surprised him with a question. What if he becomes a villain after expulsion? This stopped Aizawa in his tracks. Without saying more, he ended the call and continued watching the footage in a daze. The ferocious face on the monitor contrasted sharply with the calm demeanor in front of him. Aizawa felt helpless. It seemed Bakugo had reflected on his actions, but Shota knew he couldn't be soft-hearted about this. One wrong move back then, and Midoriya might not be sitting here now. The board has discussed this matter and has decided not to expel you. Katsuki's clenched fist under the table relaxed slightly. But if this happens again, they will have no choice but to let you go. And place a banning order on you. The class was shocked by this news. A banning order. Midoriya muttered, his lips trembling. He understood the implications. With this order in effect, no hero school in Japan would accept Bakugo. The thought of escaping to foreign hero schools? Unlikely. With UA's prestige, no school would risk offending them for a boy with an unstable personality. This order would effectively halt Bakugo's hero career. Midoriya expected Kaken to protest, but surprisingly, the blonde only raised his head and nodded. Understood. This calm demeanor threw Izuku off. He looked at Bakugo with confusion, realizing he didn't know him as well as he thought. You have talent. That's undeniable. I just hope you channel it in the right direction, Aizawa said, turning his attention to Midoriya. Midoriya. Izuku fidgeted in his seat. Aizawa sighed. Finished with a busted arm and an instant coma to boot. He looked at the boy with his head down, seemingly awaiting punishment. At least he was self-aware. You won. Izuku raised his head, clearly surprised. You won, but can this really be called a win? Being beaten beyond repair? Going into a coma after using your quirk once? I won't let you use your inability to control your quirk as an excuse forever. Midoriya bowed his head even lower. But once you fix that, you can do more. Midoriya's eyes widened at the sudden encouragement. Seeing his sparkling eyes, Aizawa softened slightly. Feel urgency, Midoriya? Yes, sensei. Izuku exclaimed. He looked at the shabby-looking teacher and for the first time, felt that this teacher wasn't so bad. Aizawa finally shifted his focus back to the other two. He locked gazes with Shin, and for the first time, Aizawa saw him nervously dodge his gaze, reminiscent of a child aware of his wrongs. Shota couldn't help but feel amused. Unlike the other students, he clearly heard the conversation between Shin and Todoroki during their battle. Initially, he was annoyed by how Shin dragged out the fight, seemingly not taking the exercise seriously. However, after hearing the full story, his irritation faded. The exercise was important, but not as crucial as helping a friend. I believe you two have sorted everything out, correct? Aizawa asked. Todoroki was taken aback by his sensei's words. He and Shin exchanged glances before nodding at their teacher. Good. Aizawa set down the document in his hand and addressed the rest of the class. Now on to homeroom business. This might be sudden, but I want you all to. The class tensed, sensing something significant was about to happen. Choose a class president. Finally, something school-related. Aizawa observed the shifting expressions of his students and fell into thought. Am I scary? Present Mike, passing by, paused. Midnight chuckled, Zoe-chan, have you ever wondered why you rarely get appointed to children rescue missions? One kid even preferred the villain over you, Mike added, teasingly. Aizawa sighed, realizing he shouldn't have asked. Z0 points. Ida stared at his number of votes in disbelief. He had expected this outcome, but seeing it confirmed was disheartening. He voted for someone else? Yaoyorozu wondered, confused by Ida's actions. It was clear he wanted the position. After a moment, she turned her attention back to the board. Jin 6 votes. Midoriya 3 votes. Yaoyorozu 2 votes. Seeing her name at the bottom, Momo forced a smile. Well, at least someone acknowledged my efforts, she thought, glancing at the two boys on the podium. Okay, so Shin is president, Aizawa announced. Momo watched as Shin, who had drawn attention since his enrollment, gave a short bow to the class. His presence was warm and inviting, and she finally understood why Mina and Uraraka spoke so highly of him. Thank you for voting for me. I promise to be a comrade you can come to any time you want to skip Mike Sensei's English class. All hail the president. President Shin, I will follow you for life. My life belongs to you. In less than a minute, he had a line of enthusiastic supporters. Momo's lips twitched. Just kidding, but thanks anyway. I'll try my best to fulfill my role. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the cheeky boy. Vice President is Midoriya. Instantly, all eyes turned to the shorter boy beside Shin. Izuku felt the weight of their stares and shrank back, struggling to breathe. Why was it always like this? He tried to speak but found himself at a loss. He realized that despite All Might's quirk, he was still the same Deku. Just as he was about to step back, he felt a pat on his back. I remember Midoriya used to have a nickname back in middle school, Shin said. Izuku froze at the mention. Dikairu, right? Your nickname. Actually, it was Deku. It suits you. I'm sure you can do it. Izuku watched as Shin turned to the class and bowed again. Midoriya isn't very good with social interactions, but he's a hard worker. Please go easy on him. It's alright, Mido bro. Yeah, it's alright. Vice Rep, just take your time. Izuku stared blankly at the purple-haired boy beside him. Why help him after everything? As if sensing his confusion, Shin turned to him, their eyes locking. No words were exchanged, just a gentle smile that conveyed more than words ever could. Izuku bowed his head, feeling shame wash over him. He had seen Shin as a threat, something akin to a virus. Yet, it was undeniable that this virus was the only one who had ever stepped forward to help him. Every time he faced bullying, Shin had stood up for him without hesitation, only pulling back when Izuku's rejection became too strong. With a hoarse voice, he muttered, "Thank you." Shin patted his back again, and this time, Izuku did not push him away. In the cafeteria, Shin took a bite of his burger, a happy smile on his face. "Man, are you sure you're Japanese?" Kirishima remarked, noticing that Shin never chose any traditional Japanese options for lunch. His meals consisted mostly of burgers, steak, and chicken. Shin smiled but said nothing. Kirishima was correct, but it wasn't that he was purposefully avoiding them, he just stuck to what he knew best. In his past life, Shin was of mixed race, half American and Japanese. His Japanese side was mostly limited to anime and music. He was grateful that his mother had insisted he learn the language, otherwise, his transmigration process wouldn't have been as smooth. The thought of having to learn a language while keeping up the act of being the original Shin exhausted. You kinda got that American feel like All Might now that I think about it, Mina commented, slurping on her milkshake. Shin always felt confused by the symbol's aesthetics. Clearly, he was Japanese, but he looked more American than anything else. Even his smashes were named after states. Although Shin found it a bit strange, he never commented on it. After all, America and Japan had a strong bond in this world, and All Might played a significant role in that. Because of this, he and every citizen enjoyed the benefits of the alliance between the two countries. Well, I guess. Suddenly an alarm blared. Security 3 has been broken. All students evacuate to the rooftop. What? Kaminari's chopsticks froze midair. What is Security 3? Ciro asked a group of upperclassmen at the opposite table. The rest of Class 1A perked up. They were still new and hadn't been taught the security drills yet. It means someone broke into campus, a dark-haired senior said anxiously. It's the first time in 3 years this is happening. You should hurry. With that, he dashed toward the cafeteria exit. Just like that, 1 became 2, and the number of students fleeing only increased. Before anyone could blink, a huge mass of students formed a blockade in the passageway. Don't push me. Wait, I'm going to fall. What is this all of a sudden? Uraraka was squashed between 2 other students. Fitting for a top school, the reaction is quick, Ida praised. Ida-kun, this isn't the time, Midoriya said, but before he could say more he was shoved away by the crowd. Feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, Izuku couldn't help but feel annoyed. His face was practically glued to the window, but this gave him a good overview of the situation. What's going on? The press. The image of Aizawa-sensei and Present Mike trying to calm down a herd of reporters came into view. It was then that Izuku remembered the security function of the UA gate that All Might had informed him about. Wow, even the gate is huge. As expected of the school you went to, All Might. Midoriya, this gate is not only big but also serves as the first line of defense for the campus. Once any unauthorized person steps foot on UA grounds, it will automatically set off the alarms. That's it. The press caused the alarms to go off. Realizing this, he tried to inform the crowd around him, but it had little effect. No one was paying attention to him. They were too busy trying to escape. Midoriya's heart raced as he thought about what to do. Shin. The familiar purple head appeared in Izuku's line of vision. At the sound of his name, Shin turned his gaze. His eyes widened, probably not expecting Izuku to call him. The press. It's the press. His voice was drowned out by the crowd, but Shin understood. He was already aware of the true cause of the event, but if he sat down and did nothing, wouldn't he attract attention? Nizu would check the security footage once everything settled down. How would he explain calmly enjoying his meal while the entire student body was running for their lives? Shin didn't want unnecessary questioning, so he followed the crowd. Now that Midoriya had picked up on the situation, there was no need to stall. He charged up Falcoler's wind magic to the soles of his feet and levitated above the crowd. Raising his hands, he clapped. The friction of his palms set off a shockwave in the passageway, successfully catching the attention of all the students present. Everyone calm down. It's just the press, Shin pointed toward the window. They accidentally set off the system during their hunt for All Might. Those who were skeptical about it not being a villain attack quickly checked the window for confirmation. He's right. It's just the press. Thank goodness. Gosh, they're so annoying. Look how messed up my hair is now. I think I lost my glasses. The tense crowd instantly relaxed. It was clearly only a few minutes, but now it felt like a decade had passed. After a few moments of chatter, they quieted down once more and collectively turned back to Shin. Their eyes seemed to ask, "What do we do now?" Shin thought to himself, how did I become a father? So many sons and daughters all of a sudden? With a helpless sigh, Shin continued to instruct and coordinate them back into the cafeteria. Minutes went by, and the last batch was finally out. The whole ordeal took a good 20 minutes. Shin honestly suspected that rebirth had increased his patience by 3 levels. Never mind, let's just get back to that burger. Who knew that the moment his feet touched the ground, lunch would be over? Man, that was the most nerve-wracking lunch of my life. Tell me about it. Now we have to suffer through English. Kill me now. Looking at his fellow classmates walking out of the lunch hall with full bellies, Shin was silent for a while. All this fell into Toru's eyes, who did not bother to hide her laughter. Karma will always find a way. Sure enough, this woman was the source of his bad luck. Izuku looked at his dejected friend on the side and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To think this guy actually drew up a whole seating arrangement for the bus ride. Ida-kun, I think your seating plan was really good. As expected of you, Midoriya. What? Even after my blunder, you still try your best to protect my self-esteem. Ida let out a long sigh. I have to admit it. You are better than me. Izuku thought, no, you think too much. Kirishima watched the show unfold and was left speechless. Wasn't it just a bus ride? Why did this seem more dramatic than the recent K-drama Mina was obsessed with? Kirishima silently withdrew his gaze from the two and looked out the window. Outside was the vast scenery of UA grounds. Looking at the never-ending sight of greenery, Kirishima had to admit that UA was really on top of their game. Sometimes he wondered how he even got accepted in the first place. With people like Shin, Todoroki, and Bakugo in the same class, his hardening quirk seemed somewhat lackluster. Heck, even Midoriya's quirk was flashier. From what Shin told him, Kirishima now understood that Midoriya's current state was only temporary. Once he learned to control his power, he'd definitely rank up with Bakugo and Todoroki. And if Kirishima was to be brutally honest, Midoriya's quirk kind of resembled All Might's. I always speak my mind. Azui, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Seeing that she caught the attention of most people on the bus, she continued, Midoriya-kun, your quirk is like All Might's. Kirishima thought, well, I guess he wasn't the only one to notice it. Midoriya instantly became a fidgeting mess. The onslaught of words made Kirishima speechless. Was he speaking human? Kirishima couldn't help but butt in. Wait a sec, Azuchan. Call me Tsu. Alright, Tsujin. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his quirk. Kirishima leaned his head on the window. They just kind of look the same. Hearing Kirishima's explanation, Azui thought it made sense. After all, there can't be two people having the same quirk. Well, unless they were related? Related? She gave a deep look at Midoriya. Green hair. Pale skin. Small build. Freckles. Impossible, she firmly concluded. What was that, Isu-chan? And that stutter. Absolutely impossible. She shook her head. Nothing. Seeing that she lost interest in the topic, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. But who knew Azui wasn't done yet? After the conversation died down, she simply turned her attention to another. What is Shin's quirk? This was a question that piqued everyone's interest. The class collectively looked at each other with questioning eyes but only got confused looks in response. So they turned to Kirishima once more. Feeling their hot gaze, the redhead simply shrugged. You already asked during the battle training. I don't know. Azui's brow furrowed at that. Those two have been attached at the hip since school started. How could he not know his quirk? She then turned her attention to the tall figure sitting in the front row. Shin? Numerous eyes landed on him, but to their surprise, the person in question did not acknowledge them in any way. Momo, who was seated beside Shin, showed an awkward smile. She brought a finger to her lips. He's sleeping. Oh, Azui showed a disappointed look but still obediently dropped the matter. But man, it must be nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk, Kirishima sighed. You get to do so many cool moves with them. Unlike mine. Although the last part was a bit muffled, Izuku, who was sitting right beside him, was able to hear it clearly. I think yours is really cool. It's a quirk that can totally pass as a pro. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he went on about the various ways Eijiro's quirk could be adapted. Facing the onslaught of unfiltered compliments, Kirishima was at a loss for a while. He could only cough awkwardly. Thanks, man. Unlike the rest of the noisy bus, the front seat was abnormally quiet. Shin lazily opened one of his eyes and glanced at Momo beside him. You're not going to ask why? Momo only threw him a faint look. You must have your reasons. Shin smiled. Smart. USJ training facility. Oh my god, it's 13. Uraraka's red cheeks deepened upon seeing her idol. It's really the space hero. Izuku, like the majority of the class, was awestruck by 13's presence. Shin, having moved out of the Kobayashi home and into his new residence, had taken the time to research Japan's top pro heroes. 13 was a name that frequently appeared in his findings. Her quirk, Black Hole, was a rare space affinity quirk, and her gentlemanly demeanor was well received by the public. However, what truly made her stand out was her rescue efficiency. For most citizens who have faced a villain attack, the love for a hero often stems not from their battle skills but from their ability to provide reassurance. This was evident in Eri's rescue arc, where she felt a stronger attachment to Mirio than to Izuku, despite both being present. While Izuku protected her, he also placed her on his back, bringing her into the forefront of the battle. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, Black Hole? I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust, 13 stated. You've saved so many people from all kinds of disasters with it. Izuku added, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Yes, but it is also a power that can easily take lives. The mood shifted solemnly, and even Kaminari calmed down, giving 13 his full attention. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? 13 continued. Due to the strict regulation of quirks in today's society, issues like this don't arise often, but never forget that with one wrong step, a life can be taken. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you are now aware of the possibilities your quirks possess. With All Might's battle training exercise, I'm sure you have experienced the danger of those powers against others. My class will be a fresh start. From now on, you will learn to use your quirks to save lives. Because at the end of the day, rescue is the foundation of a true hero. That is all, thank you for listening. After 13 finished her speech, the class cheered as they walked into the USJ Dome, the atmosphere reminiscent of an idol concert. However, unlike the rest of the class, Shin was not in a playful mood. He stared intently at the fountain, his expression serious. This caught Todoroki's attention, and he instinctively got on guard. What's the matter? Todoroki, make an ice barrier. Ha! Shin's command stunned both him and everyone present. Despite Shoto's confusion, Shin's stern tone conveyed urgency. With a wave of his palm, an ice barricade was acted. Hey, icy hot, what's going on? Bakugo yelled from the back. Todoroki shrugged, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Suddenly, the row of lights surrounding the USJ facility exploded, drawing the attention of Aizawa and 13. Aizawa felt a sense of foreboding and focused on the fountain on the ground floor. The water fluctuated, and a purple mist emerged from its center. One by one, figures emanating hostility stepped out of the purple portal. Hey sensei, who are those? Uraraka asked, peeking out from the ice barrier, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Izuku, curious, tried to see but was held back by Shin. Do not move. Those are villains, Aizawa announced. Everyone froze. Villains? This couldn't be real, could it? Eraserhead? 13, a lazy voice called out. Where is All Might? Could it be that the schedule was wrong? The trespassing the other day was your doing then? Aizawa glared at the group below him, his yellow goggles already equipped. The man with various hands on his face seemed to ignore Aizawa's question as he continued, and after I went through so much trouble preparing this for him. A long sigh escaped him. Well then. He looked up at the podium, a strange glint in his eyes. I wonder, will he come if we harm some kids? Upon hearing his words, the students quickly realized this was no test. They were facing something far more dangerous than any exercise they had encountered before. The villains. Uraraka's pupils shrank as she watched the crowd approach the podium. Sensei, this is just a test, right? Aizawa saw the panic on his students' faces and felt the weight of responsibility multiply. Dealing with this many villains was already overwhelming, but protecting his students at the same time? Midoriya understood his sensei's predicament. Sensei, let us help. No. But you can't face all those villains at once. Aizawa merely glanced at the green net before adjusting his goggles. Remember this, Midoriya. A hero never has one trick up his sleeves. With a flick of his wrists, the capture tape was firmly wrapped around the two poles from the ends of the podium. The class watched as Aizawa soared through the air, fearlessly heading into the den of villains. Below, a slender lady with floating gray hair looked indifferent at the man approaching them. She tilted her head. Huh? Didn't they say that All Might was going to be here? Who is that? A villain with pistol fingers sneered. Not sure, but if he thinks he can take us all by himself. He aimed for a headshot. He's a fool. Click. What? Too bad he never got a reply. His head was bashed against the cement ground in a second. It was at this moment that the rest of the villains stationed at the vanguard realized something was off. What's going on? Why can't I use my quirk? It can't be. A short orange-haired villain looked at the shaggy-looking hero in front of him, his eyes widening in horror. Eraserhead. Wow. Wow indeed. Aizawa-sensei is so cool. Look how he took out all those villains in one swoop. The students were in awe of their teacher's sudden display of power. If it were All Might, it wouldn't have been as shocking. But when such moves came from someone like Aizawa, who looked bored of life 99.9% of the time, the impact was greater. Even Bakugo couldn't help but take another glance at the man. Tisuch would be better with some bombs. Uraraka, standing beside him, remained silent. However, unlike the rest of the class's relaxed mood, Shin was still very much on alert. He knew Aizawa's advantage wouldn't last long. Midoriya's analysis hit the mark this time. Eraser isn't the type of quirk that suits drawn-out battles. It falls into the same category as Toru's invisibility quirk. One-shot kills. Without the backup of a physical-type ability, the side that holds the battle initiative will quickly tilt. So Shin really couldn't waste time. He needed to get the rest of the class as far away as possible from the situation. Everyone hurry up to the front entrance. Swoosh. The surrounding area turned dark. Purple mist swarmed around the ice barricade, swallowing them whole. Kurogiri stared at the group of kids being accompanied by 13 and secretly felt fatigued. Why was Shigaraki so invested in causing a show? Wouldn't it be better to have a duel with All Might privately, or at least not in the presence of so many minors? This was quite distasteful even for him. He had gone through the trouble of mapping out the #1 hero's favorite patrol stations. Plotting an ambush was actually easier than one expected. But what did Shigaraki do? He refused. The reason? Apparently, it would be cowardly to do so. Kurogiri let out a small sigh at the thought of his naive guy. He was helpless too. But it wasn't like he could disobey his orders in the first place. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School. But please do not fear, we do not come for you youngsters but for another. Well, you see, our goal is to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. We checked the schedule, but since he isn't here, I believe there must have been some kind of mix-up. If you could please inform us of his location, that would be well appreciated. Everyone. Ida's pupils contracted in fear. To say such things with such a nonchalant tone. This was a villain? No, this wasn't human. This was simply a beast. A monster. Was this what his elder brother faced every day? For a while, Ida couldn't believe the farce taking place before him. Much like him, the rest of the class was also frozen in place. They were aware of the dark side of humanity, but it was still from a very sheltered perspective. Much like when you see news of a crime on TV. At first, you might feel frightened, but after hearing similar reports repeatedly, you feel numb. A sense of disassociation settles in, and you subconsciously start to think, well, it won't happen to me. Even as they signed their names on the UA application form, their eyes viewed the world with a thick filter. But now, once actually face-to-face with the cold reality, most of them couldn't help but second-guess their choices. So this is what heroes go through? Do I really want to be a hero? Kurogiri did not seem to notice how his words affected the students and continued, Well, whether all might is here or not. Quake impact. An earth-shattering shock wave shook the foundation of the podium. Violent wind blew all over the scene, even reaching Aizawa at the bottom. Aizawa stumbled a bit, barely keeping his balance. He looked up at where his class was gathered. The ice barrier that had been acted earlier was now nothing more than rubble. The purple mist had long dissipated. And the source of the chaos? The mop of purple hair holding down the metallic cast of the warp villain was enough to answer his questions. Aizawa let out a long sigh. He looked at the broken staircase, the deformed railings, and the uprooted trees nearby. The once appealing scenery now resembled an apocalyptic scene in the short time he had turned his back. Aizawa's lips twitched. This kid. Can't you be gentler? Shin looked at the glowing red eyes peering down his frame. He shifted awkwardly in his seat. Shin, if I said I didn't mean to punch that hard, would you believe it? Aizawa was unmoved. Here's the bill. Shin's warning made Kurogyari feel cold all over. Why is this kid so vicious? As much as he didn't like being commanded by a child, Kurogyari still obeyed. From the lack of emotion in the boy's tone, he knew he was serious. And Kurogyari was right. Shin wasn't playing around. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that killing a villain was seen as unheroic to the majority of this world's inhabitants, Shin would like to take him out of the picture right now. After all, it would be foolish to allow the enemy to keep such a high-utility quirk like space warping on their side. With Kurogyari gone, the battle efficiency of the villains would drop significantly. The more Shin thought about this, the more irritated he became. Boom! But I didn't move. Shin shrugged. I changed my mind. Kurogyari. Were teens so cruel these days? Unfortunately, no matter how miserable Kurogyari looked, Shin wasn't moved. He focused on Bakugo. Help me hold him down. Katsuki huffed. Are you keeping me on dog watch duty? Shin really didn't want to deal with the blonde's temper right now, so he patiently coaxed. Yes, but it's very necessary. This dog is the most important one. Bakugo thought for a while. Deal. Kurogyari, compared to a dog. Seeing that the purple mist was firmly secured by Bakugo, Shin diverted his attention elsewhere. Ida, go back to UA and inform the teachers about the situation. Kaminari, keep trying to contact the school with your quirk. Everyone else, prepare to evacuate. On the side, 13 looked up at the purple-haired boy who had just effortlessly restrained a villain in a daze. Was taking down a villain so easy now? For a while, 13 couldn't help doubting life. She literally didn't have to do anything. No, it should be said that she didn't have the time to do anything. Before she could process the situation, this Shin kid had already acted. From the ice barricade to the calm deployment of instructions during a crisis. Was this really what a first year could do? And now, that very same teen was walking towards the herd of villains. Wait, Shin, what do you think you're doing? Shin's movement faltered for a second. 13's voice successfully caught the attention of the rest of the class. Their eyes collectively focused on his frame. The air grew tense. Sorry, sensei. With just these few words, Todoroki knew exactly what he was planning to do. He launched an ice attack in hopes of stopping him. 13 wasn't idle either. She quickly directed her quirk towards the ground in front of Shin. But Aizawa-sensei can't last much longer. With Falcoler's wind magic concentrated to the soles of his feet, Shin took off. Shoto's ice wall fell short. Shin! Shigaraki looked at the fatigued hero in front of him with a sneer. And to think he thought he would be a threat. Your quirk is good, but good is all there is to it. Isn't that so, Eraserhead? Aizawa grit his teeth, trying his best to conserve energy for the far-from-over battle. His eyes scanned through the crowd of villains, and the results left him frustrated. The pile of enemies he had taken down suddenly looked puny when compared with the overall population. His hands twitched, clearly feeling sore from the drawn-out brawl. Cat caught your tongue, Eraser? This villain's childish taunts weren't helping his mood. Aizawa stared at the man with light blue hair for a while before diverting his attention to the person beside him. He wrapped his capture cloth around the neck of an incoming villain, gave him a spin, and did not hesitate to use him as a shield to block the incoming assault. Seeing two of their allies being restrained once more, the villains that had gotten bold suddenly became cautious again. That big guy is definitely the main threat here, Aizawa concluded. Oh, you've taken a fancy to my pet? Shigaraki stepped forward, showing a gleeful smirk. Well, since you're so interested, I'll tell you about it, Eraserhead. This, he gestured towards the tall muscular hybrid beside him, is the bioengineered Nomu. The anti-symbol of peace. What caught Aizawa's attention was the bioengineered part. He observed the pet in front of him with an analyzing eye. It wasn't until he got to the lifeless eyes that Shota finally stopped. Monster. What? You people are truly monsters. For some reason, receiving such a disgusted look riled up Shigaraki more than expected. Who was he to look at him in such a way? He was the man who would rise up and inherit his sensei's legacy. No one besides him was worthy to question him. Not even his father. Shigaraki stared Aizawa straight in the eye and uttered two words. Crush him. For the first time since the battle began, the Nomu finally moved. Shin. Midoriya saw the purple head take off into the distance and was already ready to charge up one for all through his legs. Midoriya, stop. Todoroki grabbed his shoulders. Why? I'd rather not carry an extra corpse. Todoroki's words were direct. Midoriya's eyes widened at his classmate. How can we leave Shin? Alright then, what can you do if you go? Nothing. Shoto snapped. He let out a shaky breath. The situation was clearly getting to him. He forced himself to calm his emotions. We need to evacuate first. Ida should almost be at UA by now. The faster we leave, the safer Shin and Aizawa-sensei will be once they arrive. Even though Izuku knew he was right, leaving Shin to fend for himself just didn't sit right with him. Kirishima noticed the Greenette's internal conflict and sighed. He walked straight towards Izuku. Let's go, Kirishima. With a chop to the neck, Izuku fell limp in his arms. Kirishima calmly carried him on his shoulder and turned to the class. Let's get going? Everyone was silent. Kurojirai remained still. Todoroki's lips twitched. Kirishima and the majority of the class headed for the entrance. Kirishima was well aware of how much Shin valued his life, so he had full confidence in Shin to make it out in one piece. More than anything, he remembered the look Shin shot him before heading down. His eyes narrowed at the sight of his classmates' backs. Don't worry, Shin. I'll protect them. Kurojirai, on the other hand, saw their attention divert from him and thought this was his chance to escape. But the spiky-haired blonde had never taken his eyes off him for even a second. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Ack! Once the smoke faded, dangerously narrowed red pupils were revealed. Did you think I would forget about you? Kurojirai, who had been beaten by kids all afternoon, did not know how he would face his colleagues once he returned. The surroundings suddenly got quiet. The sound of cement and bones breaking was the only noise audible. Bakugo's eyes widened at the scene playing out before him on the ground floor. Sensei. Shigaraki looked at the hero being toyed with by his Nomu and sneered. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful but nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, Aizawa managed to raise his head, desperately activating his quirk even though he knew it would have no effect. His face was pummeled to the ground once more. The Nomu grabbed his head, forcing him to look up. Shigaraki stared at Aizawa's deformed face. If he wasn't the reason behind it, he would never believe this was Eraserhead. He looked away, seemingly lost in thought. Ambushing UA wasn't as fun as he thought. Oh well, time to end things. Just as Shigaraki was about to command the Nomu to wrap things up, an unfamiliar voice rang through the air. Spirit of hunting and nobility. I command thee. Envelope yourself all around me and take shelter within me. Transform my body into a great demon. Barbatos. A devastating shockwave resounded all over the US. Shigaraki and his crowd of villains struggled not to be blown away into the sea zone behind them. The only one firmly on its feet was the Nomu. But before the wind could settle, another shockwave occurred, this time directed at the Nomu. Shigaraki stared in horror as his anti-symbol of peace was ragdolled towards the opposite end of the USJ, leaving a huge hole as proof of the assault. All Might. He knew the man could compete with his sensei, but to think his Nomu would be damaged so much and so quickly. Shigaraki stared cautiously at the figure crouching by Eraserhead's side. He stretched out his fingers, ready to decay his target into nothingness. As the dust settled, the figure was revealed: dark skin, white flowing hair, silver armor, paws and claws. The person radiated an angelic beastly aura. The confusion in the air was evident. "Who are you?" In response, Shin raised a single finger, channeled a good amount of strength magic, and flicked. Shigaraki, who was securely held in place by the Nomu, looked at the scene behind him. Quality is better than quantity. In less than a minute, his legion had been submerged in the sea zone. Some were desperately trying to stay afloat, while others clung to a ship for dear life. "Help me, boss." "Ugh, stop pulling me. You think I want to drown with you?" Shigaraki sighed in relief. That was a close call. Meanwhile, Shin paid no attention to the chaos. He looked at the man reduced to a bloody pulp in front of him. His head was lowered, and no one could see his expression, but from how his clenched fist trembled ever so slightly, his emotions were clear. "Sensei." Shin suddenly felt that all the pretentious acts he put on at the beginning were nothing but a joke, especially when he recalled his conversation with Aizawa at the end of the previous battle training exercise. "I can't accept it." Shin had solemnly put his hero costume on the desk. Now that the battle training exercise was over, Shin had more than enough time to think things through. He looked down at the bodysuit he had been given. The latest GPS locator from I-Island, multiple inbuilt weapons, nanotech material, and an AI assistant link. It was clear that this was well beyond UA's budget for fresh students. The first year was more or less an observation PRD, and only after the school had gathered enough information and trust in a student would such preferential treatment be given. Although Shin had left a good impression on the staff, it wasn't enough to warrant such valuable gear. The only person capable of doing so was the man before him. As for why Aizawa was being so kind, Shin was just as confused. He hadn't done much to deserve such favor from the hero. When his thoughts raced back to all the acts he had put on in front of his sensei, he couldn't help but bow his head in guilt. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at the sight of the costume on his desk. He gave the purple-haired boy a long stare before letting out a sigh. "You know you're smart," he said, reaching for the costume and shoving it back into Shin's arms. "But sometimes you tend to overthink things. I'm your teacher. Is there something wrong with me ensuring your safety?" "No, but... Or do you think that your life is of less value compared to this bodysuit?" There's no need for so much mental gymnastics, Shin. Just take it. If you still feel indebted, you can pay me back by not being a problem child in the future." Shin couldn't help chuckling a bit. He still wasn't too comfortable with the pricey gift, but refusing it would seem rude at this moment. With this in mind, he sincerely bowed. "Thank you." The faint smile on Aizawa's face suddenly overlapped with his current bloodied appearance. For the first time since his rebirth, Shin lost his cool. Using Barbado's strength magic to speed up his pace, he appeared on top of the podium in a flash. "Shin, you dare to run off. Please take care of Sensei." Without paying mind to 13's protests, Shin gently placed Aizawa on the ground and rushed back into battle. "May, do you think we should be doing this?" "Hiroki-kun, how long have we been in this field?" 7 years. "Exactly. 7 years of work, and what do we have to show?" May frowned. "You know the president's illegitimate daughter just came back from abroad, right? Do you really think I have a shot at landing the lead news anchor position after she arrives?" May had graduated from Japan's top university with first-class honors. Due to her lack of background, she had to constantly prove herself. Just as she thought she was close to getting the promotion, the news of the president's daughter's impending arrival left her in an awkward position. Coworkers who had been supportive instantly turned their backs, and those who had been neutral chose sides that weren't hers. May clenched her fist. "I feel like this is our only shot, Hiroki-kun, so let's go exploit some UA students." Words couldn't begin to describe her feelings after she caught wind of the sudden situation. "Lord Electro, help." Villains ambushed us during our rescue exercise at the USJ. A villain infiltration? At UA? Upon seeing the Class 1A students' post, Mei knew her time had come. Quick, start the live broadcast and don't forget to apply the beauty filter. Hiroki had many complaints in his heart but still obediently prepped his equipment. With a wave of his hands, an ice barrier was erected at the entrance of the USJ. Looking at the sight of his classmates, Todoroki finally took a breather. Hey, guys, are you sure about this? Toru sounded uncomfortable, her gloves constantly fidgeting as she gestured towards Shin and Bakugo are still inside after all. Kirishima shook his head. They can handle themselves. Plus, with 13 and Sensei there, I doubt they would be in serious danger. On the other hand, us staying here might only worsen the burden. The class went silent. While it was uncomfortable being classified as a burden, they knew it was true. Just as the class was about to accept this conclusion, Azui spoke. As future heroes, it is a bit cowardly to leave our classmates behind. Todoroki found it funny. Cowardly? Just a minute ago, she had been desperately running for dear life. Now that she was safe, she turned into a saint? Shoto didn't have energy to waste and promptly turned his attention to the rest of the class. From the look of things, his classmates clearly hadn't realized the severity of the situation. A few minutes ago in the USJ, they had been surrounded by 3 zones: the collapse zone, the shipwreck zone, and the downpour zone. If it was just this, Shoto wouldn't be so pressed. But he snuck a glance at each of these zones once more and noticed the faint presence of multiple figures lurking in the shadows. Villains. There were villains waiting for them. Thinking about it now, that warp quirk user was most likely sent to disperse them into those villain-infested zones, right? The realization sent chills down his spine. If he chose to stay even after knowing this, what was the difference between that and sending his class to their doom? If you want to go back, go. I won't stop you. Azui looked shocked, but her feet made no effort to move. To this, Shoto wasn't the least bit surprised. He turned his attention away from her and faced the multiple looming figures that had been slowly approaching them since their escape from the USJ. Well, it looks like there is one observant brat amongst you. Todoroki wasted no time activating his quirk, gently tapping the ground with his right foot. In an instant, the entire mountain slope turned into an ice wonderland. Nomu, finish him. With Shigaraki's command, the bioengineered beast rushed towards the incoming Shin. Fists met at the center of the zone, and a deafening shock wave erupted. Time seemed to slow down as man and beast shared a tense stare. After a brief pause, a series of intense collisions occurred. Fist after fist, the two continued to battle. The ground beneath them couldn't bear the impact, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. The villains in the water zone behind could only watch helplessly as they were pushed back by the raw power of their punches. Trees from the surrounding areas were uprooted, creating multiple holes in the USJ's dome barrier. Kurogiri, held down in place, gulped at the scene before him. Regret swelled in his heart. If he had known this year's freshman would be so troublesome, he would have dissuaded Shigaraki's ambush plan at any cost. At the center of the chaos, Shin was unaware of everyone's thoughts. All his focus was on the Nomu before him. He used to think that even if things played out like they did in the plot, it wouldn't matter because he had enough power to stop it when the time arrived. But this wasn't a simple anime he used to watch anymore. The danger was real. His classmates' fear-stricken faces were real. And Aizawa's injuries were not fake by any means. He couldn't wait for things to happen just to avoid suspicion. Nomu, kill him. Shigaraki ordered. Roar. The bioengineered creature immediately pounced towards Shin with an outstretched fist. At the same time, Shin let Barbado's strength magic run freely through his veins. Shigaraki, you made a big mistake. Time seemed to freeze. A white aura gushed around Shin, causing the surroundings to vibrate vigorously. This was a man-made earthquake. Shigaraki's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Kurogiri, get me out of here. Get me out now. This ends now. Quake impact. Mei's hand trembled a bit as she watched the barrage of comments. She really missed this. Even the slight guilt she felt for monetizing the poor UA first year's trauma vanished almost immediately. That's right, she was a news reporter. She was just doing her job. Why should she feel guilty? Even if she didn't come, word would still get out eventually. Thinking of this, Mei felt more confident. Hello everyone, I'm your host Mei Horikami, and today, I bring you breaking news from Japan's #1 hero school, UA. About 20 minutes ago, a student from this year's Class 1A posted a distress message on Quirkgram, stating their class got ambushed by villains. We are now at the scene of the USJ where their class exercise was meant to be held. Mei did not beat around the bush and directly dropped the bomb. The beauty fanatics in the comments immediately froze, looking back up at the screen to see a shocking scene. Down below was the familiar USJ. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, if you selectively ignored the eye-catching holes in the dome building. At first, the viewers were skeptical. After all, a villain infiltration had never happened at any hero school before. It wasn't until the camera zoomed in on the students near the entrance that they realized this was no joke. In the frame, they saw the Class 1A students with obvious panic-stricken faces. In front of the group was a boy with half red and white hair freezing the entire mountain slope. A red-haired boy with his chest on display was holding down two suspicious-looking men in black. But what made everyone's hearts sink even more was the sight of the unconscious green-haired boy on the ground. By his side, there was a petite brown-haired girl crying over him. Perhaps they aren't students? Don't you see that green-haired boy wearing the UA tracksuit? Regardless of whether they wanted to believe it or not, they had to accept the facts. Call the police quickly. What is UA doing? Don't they know their students are in danger? Why aren't there any heroes on the scene? Where is All Might? With all the concrete evidence, the popularity of the news broadcast soared, directly topping the trending list. News spread like wildfire, and people all over Japan were glued to their screens. In the police station, the hotlines rang continuously. Yes. Thank you for the info. We are aware of the situation. A team has been dispatched and is on their way. Don't worry, ma'am. I assure you that your child will be safe. Thank you for the intel. The police force will not let these villains go unpunished. Police departments all over Mizudafu were currently facing similar situations. Naomasa was especially stressed by the incident. Without extra delays, he hopped into the van. There was only one destination in mind. UA High. A press mob yesterday and today, an all-out invasion. All Might sure does bring in the drama, a colleague muttered under his breath. From the tone of his voice, it was obvious this pal of his wasn't too fond of All Might's new teacher status. And honestly, Naomasa couldn't blame him. Regardless of whether Toshinori was his best friend or not, if he didn't know the true reason behind his new job, he himself might not be so calm about it either. Let's just hope the students can hold on till we get there. He stopped conversing and focused his attention back to the car monitor. Toru looked at the various ice sculptures in the distance and was speechless for a while. She then turned to look at the huge ice glacier a few inches away from her and cautiously stepped away. In the corner of her eye, she snuck a glance at Frosty. I'm sure of it. This guy obviously wants to take me out. First, he almost decapitates me during our battle training exercise. Now, under the disguise of suppressing villains, he's back to finish the job. Smart Todoroki. Very smart. Shoto took notice of her movements. Hagakure-kun, are you okay? Toru's lips twitched. Wait, I'm good. What are you pretending for? Sure enough, any friend of that Shin guy is trouble. Shoto, unaware of the mental scar he had given Toru, sighed in relief. I'll have to be more careful next time. Yaoyorozu-san, could you make HNDCFFS? Momo nodded, on it. Kaminari stared at the frozen villains with lingering fear. Why are there villains here anyway? Weren't they just at the USJ ground floor? Shoto shook his head. Those could only be regarded as appetizers at most. The real danger are the villains hiding in the various rescue zones. Luckily for us, these villains outside the USJ should just be last-minute additions to make up the numbers. Hearing this, Momo stilled for a moment. Wait, you mean there are villains in there too? Yes. Kirishima landed a punch on Todoroki's left cheek. Kirishima! Todoroki, you're really sick, Kirishima spat. If he knew, how could he leave Shin and Bakugo in such a situation? Shoto saw his expression and understood what he was thinking. This was the reason he didn't inform him. Kirishima is too soft. Reporter May took notice of the concerns in the barrage and quickly announced, "Don't worry everyone. We just got word that the police have been alerted and are on their way. And from the looks of it, I believe the students already have the situation under control." The camera zoomed in on Todoroki and Kirishima, then to the captured villains being subdued by Momo and the others. For now, let's have faith in the teachers on site to deal with the villains inside. Hearing May's commentary, the audience instantly felt relieved. Seeing the barrage calming down, May smiled. Yes, there's nothing to worry. Crash. Her words were abruptly cut off by an earth-shattering noise. There was a sudden air current so mighty that the helicopter was swung to the side. Hang on. The pilot summoned all 30 years of flight experience on the spot, tugging on the wheel and barely managing to stabilize the helicopter. May breathed heavily. Is everyone all right? Yeah. We'll manage. She sighed in relief. Don't worry, viewers. We seem to have been too close to the battle just now and... Holy, the cameraman was at a loss for words upon seeing the scene below. If before, the USJ had a few eye-catching holes on the glass exterior, the current state was far more than just eye-catching. There was now a huge gaping hole at the center of the USJ, allowing for a clearer view of the ongoing battle. The cameraman zoomed in. At the center of the destruction, an unfamiliar figure stood. Beast-like traits such as claws and hooves. His long white hair was a stark contrast to his dark and toned skin. Majestic silver armor adorned his frame. A hero? He asked. That I've never seen him before, May replied. On the opposite side stood something unspeakable. A pelican-like head with its brain fully exposed. A fierce hulking physique, similar to that of All Might, and dull, emotionless eyes. Especially when those dull eyes suddenly turned to their direction. Their hearts sank. For a while, no one dared to speak. In the barrage, apart from a few trolls that spammed RIP comments, the broadcast room was relatively quiet. Just when everyone thought this was it, a deep voice resounded. Rupture! A devastating shockwave was released. All the surrounding villains were thrown into the distance. The only one that stood in place was the Nomu. 13 saw this scene and her heart filled with unease. Even Shin can't take down this beast. She raised her arm, ready to launch a black hole at the Nomu. But before she did, she was perplexed by Shin's actions. This boy just turned around and left? He actually showed his back to the villain. 13 ran as fast as she could in the direction of the Nomu. It was as if she could already see the scene of Shin being torn apart by the beast. 10 feet. 5 feet. The Nomu swayed a bit, causing 13's heart to tighten. Black? Hole. The Nomu landed face first on the concrete, and 13 was left confused. It wasn't until the dust settled and she got a clear look at the gaping hole through the Nomu's chest that 13 understood the situation. She turned back, her eyes focusing on the white-haired boy holding Aizawa in the distance. For a while, 13's eyes swarmed with complex emotions, the strongest one being guilt. She looked at the long line of teachers that had just arrived and could only avert her eyes. Her original intention was to hold a rescue class but ended up getting saved by her own student. How ironic. On the other hand, Shin was too occupied to care about 13's feelings right now. He walked up the platform and was met with the sight of a long line of pro-heroes. All Might rushed over. Young Shin, are you all right? Bakugo says you told him to hold down the villain. Good job. Toshinori's words fell short as he noticed his student walking right past him. Shin ignored the various eyes focused on him and walked straight ahead, not stopping until he was right in front of Recovery Girl. Please save him. In all her years of practice, Recovery Girl had met many clients. Some would cry and beg for her help, while others offered lavish gifts. Only twice had she felt at risk of losing a limb if she failed to comply. The first was Endeavor, and now the second was Shin. Nizu, I want to retire. These kids are too much. Recovery Girl exclaimed. Nizu took a sip of his tea. Just bear with it for a little longer. No, I have put up with this for too long. Nizu pushed a check towards her. Seeing the long string of zeros, Recovery Girl's eyes brightened. She quickly snatched the piece of paper. Humph! What do you take me for? My duty to heal the younger generation is not something money can taint. Nizu's lips twitched. That's not what you said a few seconds ago. What did I say earlier? I have dementia. Drip. Drip. If there was one thing Shin and the original owner had in common, it was their prominent dislike for hospitals. Shin looked away from the 4-drip and focused on the beaten-up Aizawa, bandages covering his face and body. For a while, Shin didn't know what to say. Aizawa will be all right, kiddo. A comforting pat on his back didn't relieve Shin's heart. He continued to stare at his mummified sensei on the hospital bed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3. How long are you going to stare at me like that? Until you stop pretending. Aizawa cursed the brat in his heart. He turned his head toward Shin. Although his world was pitch black right now, he knew the brat must look very worried. Kids are annoying. Shin saw the approaching hand and watched it get closer with wary eyes. It wasn't until he felt the gentle sensation on his head that he blinked. There. Shin coughed awkwardly. Sensei, what are you doing? Reassuring you. No, this only makes me worry more. Shin turned to Recovery Girl. Brain damage. Get out. Shin quickly avoided Aizawa's incoming attack and ran for the door. Get well soon, Sensei. The hospital ward quickly fell silent, a somber air replacing the previous atmosphere. So what's the real result? Granny Chio looked at the lonely figure on the bed, and the floodgates couldn't be kept shut any longer. This was the boy she watched grow into the man he is today. The toughest part of this job wasn't the long hours of surgery. It was the feeling of helplessness that came with every failed procedure. I'm sorry. Shin walked down the hospital corridors at a leisurely pace. Mom, I didn't cry. Can I have a treat now? Ah, little Era is so brave, the mom cooed. Shin watched the touching scene with a smile. Kids are so cute. How can Aizawa hate them? Kirishima, we're at the hospital. Let's just stop for now. How can you say that? Are you siding with this guy? The tranquility was broken, and Shin was left confused by the sight before him. Kirishima was being held back by Shogi and the others. His face was as red as his hair, and he looked ready to throw hands the minute someone triggered him. To say Shin was shocked by this scene would be an understatement. Who could anger Kirishima to this extent? You knew villains were in the USJ but still left Shin and Bakugo there? Kirishima's anger was palpable. Back when they were escaping the dome building, he was still in the dark about the whole matter. But after the revelation, everything changed. Yes, I knew. To admit it with such a straight face. Without delay, Kirishima pounced at Todoroki once more. His fist hardened on command, just inches away from adding some more color to Todoroki's left cheek. All right, let's calm down. Both boys were confused by the sudden intervention. They looked at the purple-haired figure in between them, their eyes widening. Shin. Shoto's cold face actually showed a hint of embarrassment. He stood there awkwardly, shuffling his feet, leaving Shin amused at the sight. He heard enough to get the gist of things, and to be honest, Shin wasn't upset. If anything, he actually sided more with Todoroki on this matter. The root cause of the issue was that Todoroki and Kirishima were two very different people. Todoroki was the type to put the mission above all else. He might seem cold, but he was very logical. After all, why risk the safety of a whole class for one person? If it were just him alone, he could afford to dive in to help. But once others were added to the equation, overall duty topped personal feelings. To have such a mature mindset at the prime age of 15, Shin could only silently praise endeavor. If nothing else, he was a good teacher. In comparison, Kirishima was more reckless. This guy really thought of himself as a human tank, always ready to use himself as a shield and march into war. To this, Shin was very tempted to ask why the redhead was so eager to meet his maker. Actually, Kirishima, you can't blame Todoroki for this. But he left you behind. I made that choice first, though, And it's not like I wasn't aware of the surrounding villains. If anything, Todoroki deserves credit for keeping the class safe. Still, Kirishima knew this, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Why was Todoroki so frustrating to look at all of a sudden? Kirishima wore his heart on his sleeve. If Todoroki was an efficient leader, Kirishima prioritized his friends above all else. While this had its downsides, Shin couldn't deny he was touched. Just as he was about to speak, a drowsy voice interrupted. I want more Katsudon. The whole class erupted with laughter. Midoriya is still out of it? Don't tell me this guy really went through the whole villain ambush asleep. Sure enough, Midoriya is better than me. Such a high-end villain diversion tactic, I really can't think of this. Ida, I don't think that's what he had in mind. The class collectively made their way toward the exit. Just as Shin was about to walk out, he caught sight of the lonely figure standing in place. Todoroki. Although he felt he made the right decision at the time, it didn't stop him from feeling guilty. Shin just smiled and dragged him close. Up for some soba? Shoto's lips quivered. Shin was always like this. Yeah. In the UA conference room, the atmosphere was tense. The police have investigated the group calling themselves the League of Villains. There does not appear to be anyone registered with the name Shigaraki in his 20s or 30s that has a quirk of a decay nature. It's the same with the villain called Kurogiri with the Warp Gate quirk. They are probably not citizens and are using false names. In other words, they're people with unregistered quirks. Vlad's furrowed brows only got tenser. So you mean we don't know anything? Naomasa nodded. For now at least, he said, placing the files back in the folder. And thanks to the students, Shin and Bakugo Katsuki, we now have all the villains in custody. Midnight sighed in relief. Well, at least one good thing came out of this. Nizu relaxed a bit. Indeed, just as he was about to pour himself a cup, the conference doors swung open. Sir, it's bad. Looking at the state of his colleague, Naomasa felt a sense of foreboding. What's going on? The villain. Detective, the decay villain escaped. The hero's heart sank. All Might had the quickest response. Up OFA and rushed out of the boardroom without looking back. Goddammit, it's itchy. You guys are inhumane. Villains are human too, you know? How can you cuff me like some animal? The driver's lips twitched at the audacity. Even someone like you, who targets kids, can be considered human? The world has really turned upside down. He raised his hand to turn up the volume, but all he grasped was air. After multiple attempts, he noticed his vision blurring. But by then it was too late. He collapsed on the wheel, and the van went out of control as his foot pressed harder on the gas pedal. Suddenly, the prisoner van was like a rocket, rushing forward without any signs of stopping. Crash! A devastating collision occurred in the middle of the highway. The state of the driver was unknown. Shigaraki in the back seat cursed at the heavens. Ding, where is Kurogiri when you need him? A deep voice made Shigaraki freeze up. He turned to look behind him and was met with a sight he never thought he would see again. Sensei! Shigaraki instantly let his grievances be known. Sensei, they handcuffed me and stole Kurogiri. He recalled the utter failure of the infiltration and bowed his head. I failed. I failed you. He expected some kind of rebuttal. After all, an ambush of this scale wasn't cheap. And most of them were arrested in vain. He didn't even get to see All Might's shadow throughout the whole thing. But unexpectedly, All For One didn't take this to heart. He already knew his disciple would fail. This ambush was more of a test run than anything else. But for the sake of increasing prestige, AFO didn't act indifferent. A kind smile graced his lips. It doesn't matter. I created this empire just for you. It doesn't matter how many times you fail because I'll always be there to pick you up when you fall, Shigaraki. So stop worrying about these little things, okay? He extended his hand to him. Sensei is here. Shigaraki did not know whether it was a coincidence or not. The clouds seemed to part, letting the sun rays illuminate the earth. All For One's back appeared to be the only shield protecting him from the harsh rays. Under the backdrop of the sun, The big villain's figure resembled that of an angel, leaving Shigaraki speechless for a while. Sensei. In a daze, he reached out for the outstretched palm. In that moment, he vaguely recalled the scene of his childhood self being dragged out of that dark hell. Back then, this big palm also reached out to him like this. Some things really never change, huh? Thank you. Sensei, you're still the same. The tides were ever-changing, but time remained unmoved. Before we knew it, a new day had begun. Hey, did you watch the news last night? Toru excitedly wiggled in her seat. Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all. Shogi nodded. That's true. Pfft. Shin, how dare you laugh? Why are you attacking me? Shogi was the one that spoke. Toru paused for a moment, seemingly thinking it through. After a while, she shrugged. It's not my fault. Your face is too punchable. Shin remained silent, wondering how she could confidently utter such shameless remarks. So, who's gonna teach homeroom today? Mina rocked her chair. Azui stroked her chin. Well, Mr. Aizawa should still be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a bandaged Aizawa. Morning. The class was shocked by his sudden appearance. So you're all right now, Mr. Aizawa? Ida asked. Can you really call that all right? Aizawa continued to limp towards the podium. My well-being doesn't matter. He scanned the class through his bandages. More importantly, the fight isn't over yet. Hearing this, the class collectively tensed up. Toru's smile stiffened. What do you mean? Fight. Kaminari's forehead dampened. The villains again? Mineta started packing his bag in a panic. Aizawa's brows twitched. He let out a fatigued sigh and dropped the bomb. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. The air went silent. They were obviously expecting something far worse. That's a super normal school event. Mineta knelt down. Kami-sama hasn't forgotten me. Tears of joy streamed down his face, leaving Jiro shocked by the sight. TSK, your confidence might as well be non-existent at this point. Momo is in a breath. Oh my, how inappropriate.